Hello. Cabe, thank you for the 5. Graphic as well, thank you for 5. Gifted. Pikachu, thank you for 17 months. Largo, 24 months. Fish, 17 months. Heen, 20 months. Dantaroth, tier 3, 20 months. Almost at 2 years. Jetpack Jesus, 36 months. Kai, 13 months. As Small Cat, 17 months. Doctor, 17 months of Prime. Sunny, a Prime. And Teru, 12 months. Thank you all. Thank you all. Megs, thank you for the Prime. Totoro, thank you for 33 months. Oh, Comrade, tier 3, 24 months, 2 years. Thank you. Glorpalon Prime, 18 months. Cobalt, tier 3, 29 months. You guys are all crazy. Crazy. Anyway, thank you all. Welcome on in. Yeah, it is Doom month. It is Doom month. We're kind of just biding our time until Doom. I mean, there's still great shit we're doing until that time, but I'm excited for it, man. I've been waiting for it for a long, long time. For a long, long time. I'm eating spicy Thai food right now. I'm ready to get fucked up. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. It's just pretty spicy, but I like it. I know this sounds weird, but I love how mature and level-headed you are with stuff. That's not weird at all. That's very normal, and I think actually everyone should probably just want that. Because imagine if you reverse that and you'd be like, I love how you're very immature and not level-headed about things. Then that would sound weird, you know what I mean? So saying that is not weird. Not at all. Hopefully the new Doom has a dating section. Yeah, you've seen that new Cacodemon? You see the new Cacodemon design they have for him, where he's not like a weird ball anymore? Maybe you could date him. Woo! Woo! Yeah, there's a really long sex scene in the new Doom with my mod Ryuko and the Doom Man. It's really cool. You should all buy it when it comes out. Have you played any VV Rising since their 1.1 update? No, but I want to. I think, you know, it's a shame. I think that game is really good. Their marketing fucking sucks. I like barely even knew the update was coming out until it was like just dropping. And I was like, brother, I love this game. Like, what? How come I'm like not hearing about it? And TLDR, they have literally no marketing. They don't market anything. The game is great though. The game is wonderful. We could do a community server. Yeah, the game is really good. It has like really nice Diablo-like combat. Good PvP. PvE servers are fun too. I mean, there's a lot to it that's just really nice. But they just don't market it. Which is like, I don't know why they don't. Unless, I mean, I guess maybe they have no budget, but their game sold well enough, I thought. I don't know if they recouped their costs very well or what, but I don't know, man. Yeah, Josh, you typed that twice in the past, like, minute. I don't know you. Your account was made a few days ago. I don't fucking care. Market it. Throw it up on Twitter. Put it on Steam. And if it ends up under my radar, I'll check it out. Don't spam it in my chat, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna demo your mom. New month, new mayhem. Yeah, new month means new set of faction points. However, we're gonna leave today as part of April as far as faction points go, because I want to go over all the last, I think we had like 15 or so offerings from last month to still go over. So I want to look over those and give points for those, take away points, you know, whatever. And then after stream, I'll reset the points. So tomorrow will be the start of our May points for the month. Okay. You think they're slowly winding down V Rising? It's been out there for a bit. Devs are likely working on something else. Maybe, but like, I don't think so. It stinks of like indie studio with not a big team that is so busy making their game that they're not spending enough time, thought, energy on promoting their game. Maybe. I don't know. Verizon still has a massive community of Vice Cosmetics, so I think they're just vibing. Actually, yeah. That's another thing too, right? They do actually sell a lot of stuff in game too. I forgot how much. Now that you're saying it, I'm like, yeah, they kind of do. Hold on, I gotta send a note back. I'm working on a couple new emotes, so I'm just emailing. I'm messaging the artist back. But I'm gonna, yeah, emerts. Yeah, I'm getting a couple new ones. Because we have slots available still. I want some that have Boris in them as the mascot for the emotes too. So yeah, we're working on that. So I have like the sketch, like the first pass of them back, and I'm just giving notes. They're looking pretty good though. I can't show progress like if I'm having the artists keep them like not being shown until they're done. I'm also not gonna show them until they're done, you know. But we have some that that look pretty funny, so we'll put them in there. But it'd be nice because all the Boris emotes that I have really are ones that the community's made, and then a couple, like the Newt one was something that Minky, my emote artist, made. I asked her for that. And I really like that one. I like that we use it a lot. Came out great, but you know, I want to make sure we have more official ones. So look at him. Looks so good. Looks so good. Anyway. I'm trying to fix, let me see. I'll give it a second. I'm trying to fix lag on this scene. I still feel like there's a little delay, right? Like I've been changing up the file type for certain things and adjusting stuff, but it feels a little, right? Like it's a little, especially when stuff like that, when like that comes up, right? Yeah, you can see it. Yeah, I'll use the other scene. It bothers me. It shouldn't be like that much of an effect. But it is. So it's just like the video files and things. And I've gone and tuned them, but they still are like kind of fucky. So I don't know. I'm gonna keep trying to tweak stuff on that. Also message my artist for it. Instant FPS plus. I know, you can see the difference, right? Every time you add anything animated, I don't know, OBS doesn't really handle that kind of stuff well. It's just layering more stuff on top of more stuff. It's all additive, and it doesn't do anything to optimize all of that. You're just playing more files at the same time. It's like opening more windows of videos on your computer and just playing like 20 videos at once, and it just, you know. I was going to pass through FFmpeg and try to reduce the size. Yeah, I've already done that, though. That's the thing. Like, I've already done the basics, and it's still kind of being fucking. I don't know why. I don't know why. I think it comes down to, like, I think it's this model file. It's just a lot to run. Because you notice how it's like that with certain games, too. And, like, I can make the game smooth, but usually the model's the thing that's struggling. Not the backgrounds, not the game as much. So, you know. Nothing wrong with that. It's just, I think my PC just hates it. So, I'll probably do a full upgrade soon. Now that the 50 series stuff is out, I think, it's about time. It's about time. I do a new computer every, like, 5 years, maybe. Not always like full pass through. I don't know if I need a full refresh. I might just do a new GPU. I don't know that I need, I don't know really. I could absolutely shove more memory into this computer. Like, more memory could always be added on mine. A new GPU, yes. I don't know what else I actually need. I don't know if I need anything else. I'm not sure. The prices are disgusting right now. I know. At least I can write it off as a business expense, but yeah, the prices are insane. It's I just opened Amazon right now, one of them. Boom, $3,900. $3,900. Like, and also, how much power does this bitch draw? Because I've talked to you guys before about it. Like, I'm gonna get some things done, but if I have my shit plugged in, I have my PC running, 600 watts. Okay, if I have my shit running, and I turn on my vacuum in this same room, my lights flicker a little. Okay, and what I have on in here is a lamp. One lamp is my lighting for this room. One lamp and my PC. I have nothing else plugged in. Okay, so I'm like, brother, if I upgrade my PC, there is a world where, okay, there is a world where that's a problem. Okay. All right. It should be okay. But I'm gonna go through and I'm going to look at all my things, how much power they are drawing. I'm going to do the math and I'm going to try to estimate if this will be okay. All right. What kind of lamp is that? A basic bitch lamp with 3 bulbs in it. It is nothing. Yeah, I might plug my lamp in down the hall. Yeah, I might actually do that. I might actually plug in my lamp like in another zone. I might have to do it because there's like not enough power to this room, dude. It's really bad. It's really bad, man. I don't know. Yeah, so people always ask, they're like, hey, are you gonna do the dual PC soon to fix that issue? I've talked about it before. I'll say it again. I don't think I can add an extra lamp in this room, okay? Let alone a second PC. I will try to get things upgraded so that I can. That is the plan. But right now, I cannot just plug in a second PC into the wall in here and have it go, you know? I can't do that. I could, yes, I could plug the PC into another room. I cannot tell you how much I don't want to do two things. I don't want to run a wire nicely, neatly to another room, and I really don't want to messily do an extension cord. I don't like that. I also don't like running a PC on an extension cord, period. Like, I don't love that at all. In any way, shape, or form at all. I don't want to do that. So I will simply call an electrician and be like, I need this. I need this amount of power delivered in this room. What can we do? That's what I'm going to do. And if I need to draw more shit from the grid, if it comes down to that, I will just do that. Because you can do that. I don't know if any of you've ever, like, done adult things with your home and, you know, done shit like that. But you can just be like, I need more power from the grid. Yeah, sometimes you just increase breaker capacity. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily mean that you're, like, telling the power company you're going to be drawing more. You don't always have to do that. You can just, like, upgrade. So, I'm going to talk to them and be like, hey, my shit ain't cutting it. Need more to this spot specifically, and see what they do. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to extension cable my shit. You know? I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Adult things? Yeah, adult things like calling electricians to talk about how much wattage you get into one room. Or calling a handyman because you need all of the moldings in a room moved down because they no longer match up with the flooring and you just don't want to do it yourself. You know? Stuff like that. As a renter, you rarely do that. Yeah, that's why I said adult things, you know, asterisk for those who actually own a home. Yeah. Adult things like avoiding your neighbors when taking out the trash. Oh, dude, I've got the luxury of a building with a trash chute. So I grab a bag. I don't have to go outside. I just go down a hallway, open a trash chute, shove that bitch down there. That's it, man. Okay? It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Those are real, yes. When you live in the concrete jungle, yeah, you can be a homeowner but also have a trash chute. It's cool. Keep forgetting that New York City has actual urbanist designs. Yeah, it's not. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yep. I wish my trash was that bougie. It's really not bougie. It's just a chute that goes to a dumpster. That's it. That's it. And it smells horrible. Horrible. And it all it really does, in my opinion, I wouldn't mind having to, like, take it down some stairs or, like, in an elevator or something. But all it does is let a little dumpster air, like, kind of leak into a hallway. That's really all it does. Which is bad, but, you know, it's okay. You sure it doesn't lead down to the catacombs? Yeah, no one puts trash in the catacombs. You put sleeping bags down there. That's all that's down there, really. It's just water runoff. Yes, stinky hallway. It's usually fine, but sometimes in the summer when it gets really hot, you know, sometimes the heat rises, the air rises through the chute. It's not always nice. In fact, it's never nice. That's vile. It's bad. I mean, it seals nicely. It seals nicely. It's just like when someone opens the chute, you better hope that they, like, throw their trash in quickly and close it. So it's not really letting much in. But some people take their fucking time and they hold the trash chute open. And they're like, oh, let me just get my trash bag neatly put in here so the trash goes so nicely down the chute. And I'm like, brother, just shove it down there. It doesn't matter. It's in a bag. You don't have to do anything but throw it down the chute and close it. Like close it quickly. But no. They don't. They just, they like take their sweet ass time with the trash chute open. People drown trash in the chute where the bag's obviously too big to fit. This one's pretty. It's pretty girthy. The trash chute. It's actually all right usually. It's we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Does it lead to a big dumpster or trash compactor? Big dumpster. Big dumpster. So it's very much like dumpster air. You know, it's very much dumpster air. I don't like it. I don't like it. That's okay. It's like the only negative. It's the only negative of this place. Other than that, I like it, so it's whatever. It's whatever. Maybe they love the smell. Yeah, there's one guy who just like sits near the trash chute and pulls it open a little bit. He's pretending he's throwing trash away for 10 minutes. You live in a house and you have other people in the building, or you own like a whole floor? I'm confused. I'm not going to describe all the specifics of my living situation. I think that would be a bad idea for me to do. But yes, you can buy things that are not a standalone house. You can do that. Hence why when people are like, oh, homeowner, no, you gotta get a lawnmower. And I'm like, I don't have a lawn, actually. You know, yippee. There's no grass here. You know, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not gonna go into any exact specifics of how that works. No, I mean, I wonder if you can install rubber flap like in airports where luggage passes through. Oh, not a gasket. You don't mean? I was gonna say it actually has a gasket, but that's not what you're talking about. You mean like the shreds, the tendrils hanging down? You're talking about that? I think those would just get dirty and trap smell actually, or trap things that would smell. So I don't think it would help. I think the empty trash chute is good, and people should just close the damn door. GEEGA obviously lives in a gigillion-dollar penthouse in Manhattan. Yeah, of course. Yes, I can afford that for sure. That Twitch money gets me billions, surely. Yeah. Yep. Definitely. It's so many dollars. That's why all the streamers are so happy with Twitch, because they get so many dollars from Twitch. It's so crazy. They pay us to stream and they take a pay cut. It's crazy. Oh, it's so crazy. Partner plus split be hitting. God, I wish it was like that. No, I did my taxes last month. You know, it was April. Oh, and I got the bill. And like, I've been streaming for a while, so I know that taxes for streamers are very high. I know we pay taxes basically twice. I know this in my head, but it isn't until I get the bill every time where I'm like, ah, you know, like you finally see it and you're like, oh, oh. And I do even pay quarterly, so like I know the bill. I mean, it's not the bill. It's like, you know, you just calculate it and you know what you're paying. But, why do you pay taxes twice? Anyone who isn't employed by an employer knows this. Basically, you are a business. As a streamer, you're a business. You're a sole proprietorship. You're one guy, right? So you pay your own income taxes on your own income. And then you also pay the taxes that a business would pay for taking in the money that they took in. So you basically just pay twice. If you were an employee of a company and you were salaried, the company pays that bit, and then you just pay taxes on your income, but not the other stuff. But that money, no matter what, is getting taxed at two levels, right? So when you're a streamer, because that company isn't there, it's just you're paying both of those, so it basically looks like two tax bills, right? Yeah, you're your own employer and your own employee, right? So you pay both cuts. Exactly. So yeah, you basically get taxed twice. It's not like you get taxed double. Like, it's not the same calculation and then they do times two and that's it. But a lot of the different things that factor into it that an employer would pay that you're paying for yourself, it basically turns into like double for a lot of people. So, yeah, it's a lot. So I'm just a wagey. That's a good thing. It's stable, honestly. It's nice. But yeah. The good news is, yeah, actually, Dendroth, I was going to say that. The good news is since you are legally a business, you can at least write some stuff off. It doesn't mean you get money back for it. It just means you don't pay tax for some things if it's related to your business. So I could buy a new PC and say, yes, I'm going to be using this for streaming, and then write off the taxes. So I still pay the taxes initially, but then I report, as I'm reporting all of my expenses, I say, hello, government. I paid all these taxes on these things, but I use them for my business. And there's an amount of money they don't make me pay in tax to them relating to that. So you at least like alleviate some stuff. You still pay the upfront tax though. Some people are like, oh, just write it off. It means you don't pay the tax on it. And I'm like, no, you do upfront though. like you do still. And if you write something off as a business expense, the government doesn't just give you that amount of money back. It's just like a small percentage alleviation, but it's something. It's something. So that's good. That's good. You're part of a small business and you groan every time you see the numbers. Yeah, it's just that on crack for streamers, right? Because you're just one person. I think anyone who runs a business, like it's just their own little thing, would know. No. What's the most indulgent thing you've written off? Not much. I mean, games, anything that I'm going to use on stream, anything at all. The stuff that I pay artists and stuff, right? Like let's say I'm getting a model. All of those are business expenses. I'm going to use it on stream. So I report that and I'm like, I paid for stuff that I'm using here. Here's the amount that I paid. And then, they'll alleviate a little something. So that's at least helpful. It's not that much though. It's not that much. Is it basically that the cost is deducted from your effective tax income? Sort of. You could, layman's terms, yeah, pretty much. Not exactly, but yeah. You can write off lunches as business expenses if you eat on stream. I think that's a little much. I do it if I'm, like, meeting with someone and we're having a meeting and we're eating while we're having this meeting, right? Like, I'll do that. But, yeah, I'm not going to write off every little thing if I'm just eating it and I'm on stream. I feel like that's a little crazy. That's a bit much. Streamers being able to write off gotcha pulls as expense. If you use it on stream, yes. How does the write-off work for partial use? Like if it's used for both business and personal use, is it just a percentage based on time? Kinda, sorta. It's similar to like how you write off rooms if you have a home office. You can do like the standard deduction, or you can give them, here's the size of my home and then here's the size of my office. I have a space of this square footage that I use. And then here's what my property taxes are, blah, blah, blah. And then they, you calculate how much they'll alleviate for you. And it's helpful. It's helpful to know what little things you can do with that. You should if you have a quote unquote home office, meaning you have a spot you sit in that you use for office work while you're at home, you do any work at home, you should write some of that off. If you can, if you're in a situation where there's some sort of tax you're doing for business or anything like that. If you do any freelance work at home, that kind of thing, all that should be reported in, so they can alleviate some stuff. So don't you also register as an LLC if you want, or am I thinking of something else? You can do an LLC, yeah, you can. That is a thing. That is the thing. You are employed by VShojo? No. Absolutely not. No, we are not VShojo employees. The employees of VShojo are the employees, like the staff. Some of them are contractors, some of them are not, like full-time employees. That just depends on the person. Yeah, no, we are not employees of VShojo. basically, yeah, they're like an agency slash talent management company. So we do two things. We have our content and our IP for our characters, etc., right? We have a licensing agreement with Bishojo, basically saying like, you are allowed to sell merch with me on it. You are allowed to put me in content on your channel and like, etc., etc., right? Like different uses where they're allowed to do that. So there's a licensing agreement between us where we just allow them to do those things. And then on top of that, yeah, also we hire them for their services, right? So it's like one big contract that encompasses a lot of things. I can't give too much detail, but TLDR, you know, I give you some things and licensing agreement, and in exchange you give me these services. There you go. You'd argue they work for us more than the opposite. Yeah, exactly. So the talent management side, the agency side is like we're giving them a license to, you know, use our stuff or try to pitch us out for things, for deals or whatever. And then the talent management side is like we're hiring them out for their services, if that makes sense. But it's all one agreement, but it encompasses those parts of it plus some other stuff, but mostly that. Does that make sense? But yeah, no, we're not employees. I've seen some people say things when people learned of Matara and her situation, her leaving. There were people that were like, "Oh, it'll all be the same. She's just not on their payroll." And I'm like, "Hold on, pause. There's no payroll for members. We don't just get paid by them at all. There is no. They do not hand us money just cause ever. There's no payroll. Like that's not a thing." Okay. What does happen is they give us services, whatever. Let's say I want to do a merch line. And I say to my manager at vShoujo, I want to do merch. I want to use vShoujo's merch pipeline, right? And we do this thing. They handle that. We then split. I get a portion of profit. They get a portion of profit in exchange for them handling it. So the money I get from them is money I would have gotten anyway, but I give them a cut of if they worked on it in some way, like they handled the merch, right? That's what it is. So we give them money in exchange for them helping us do a thing. You know, if they get me a sponsorship, not I went out and I just got it on my own, they get me a sponsorship and they do a thing like that. I got the sponsorship because of them, they handed it to me, then I give them a cut of it. So they get paid for their services through that. But we're not direct paying them for anything and they're not direct paying us for anything. There's no like I just hand you cash or you hand me cash. That doesn't exist. I can't say too much of the specifics further, but that's how that works. So yeah, people people always say they're like, "Oh, it means you don't get paid anymore." And I'm like, we're not on payroll. Do they manage your health insurance? No. Again, we're not employed by them. So they would have no hand in that. People just say stuff they know nothing about. I mean, how would they know if they don't ask, you know? They have business connections to do stuff like make merch, etc. I mean, a lot of people do. Yeah, you basically, you go to someone to have them help you with that, or you yourself contact a merch company and go, "I want to do merch through you." You know, like, yeah. Anyone could do that, you know? You said, like, vShoujo could contact Good Smile for Figure, but an indie would have a much harder time getting something like that. It just depends on who you know. I mean, I wouldn't put it into two buckets and say, like, people in corpos have an easier time with this and people who are indie have a harder time with this. That depends on the person. There are people who are indie who have the most connections because they networked a certain way so that they just know people. And there are some corpos who have done that as well. They have staff that have networked. If you join a corpo, it's more likely that they do already have those connections. You don't have to do it yourself as an indie and start from the bottom, at least. But there are connections that I have that they didn't have any direct connections to. I had my own people at certain companies, and I could be like, "Yo, I want to do this." I could just DM someone from X company and be like, "I want to do this," you know? Like what's a good example? Like Novel Horizons wanted to do some merch at WeebCon, and they were like, they just contacted me straight and were like, yo, you want to go to WeebCon? You want to do meet and greet there? We could do merch. And I said, okay. They only asked me because, like, they knew me well, you know? Right? That's a connection. That's it. So that's just how it works. So when you're indie, you're just like one guy meeting all these people. But when you're in a company, they're doing this on behalf of a lot of creators, so they usually have a little more leverage to, like, get people to do this stuff with them. You know what I mean? But it's all the same thing, really. It's all the same thing. It's just one has more people working on it in a corpo, whereas an indie has, like, a couple of staff they've hired in, maybe. You know? More clout. Yeah, I mean, brand names help. It's because, you know, I could go to a company and I could be like, hey, it's me, GEEGA, and they're like, we don't know you. And I could be like, okay, well, I'm in this company. This company has, and I list out all the people that are in it. And I'm like, I'm part of this. And they might see that and go, oh, I didn't know. Come right in, madame. And they open the door and I walk in to the boutique. You know, like, that can happen. Plenty of them don't say, fuck you, I don't know who you are. They're just like, you just have to, like, talk to them a bit more to get to that point. It just kind of, like, reduces the amount of talking you have to do to get a foot in the door if you're part of, like, a thing that you just point at. But it doesn't really change that much. It just makes that initial part a bit easier. Does VShojo encourage collabs between members, or are they truly completely hands-off on content? Completely hands-off. They don't touch that. We basically, like, if I said, you know, I want to do this. I want to do a collab of some sort, but I don't know who wants to join. I could just ping in the server, like, add talent, and it would add everyone who's a member. Or I could go to my manager and I could be like, you know, I want to do this. Who would be good to invite for this game? And they could get involved, and they could be like, you know, I think these members would do well with this sort of thing. I'd like to watch this. Do you want me to contact them for you? I could like, get in their DMs since you're going to be streaming today. Like, they could. They usually don't, but, you know, we have that option. Does that make sense? But they don't ever come to us and go, you should do this, unprompted. Right? They're not like, you should collab more with this person. You should play this game. They don't do that at all. Like, there's no, like, we drive all of that, if that makes sense. I mean, how to collabs on things like the MVs on YouTube work? Do you all get, like, an appearance fee, or is it goodwill on the talents part? Yeah, that's just their channel, and then there's just a licensing thing where they can use our content for that. That's just theirs. Merch question: seen some artists have merch of either their V babies or just VTubers in general, which the VTuber in question seems to approve of, but doesn't this impact your ability to keep your IP because you're not defending it, or is there contract agreement the viewer isn't seeing? Probably. Yeah, most merch vendors that you see at cons selling, like, posters or little keychains of VTubers, whatever, they almost never ask. They just make them and sell them. It's something where if I decided I didn't like it, I could sue all of them. I could sue every single one of them. Generally, I'm just glad that they are doing something. I think it's nice. If I'm not selling merch at the same con, I do not see that as, like, any sort of, like, it's purely positive in marketing for me, right? That being said, some do ask first, and that is nice. But some of them are cool. Doesn't matter. I still like them as people, but that's, you know, it is a thing where if you are any merch vendor at a convention selling something and you did not have a licensing agreement with that IP to make a merch of it and sell it, they could decide to go after you. They could. But yeah, almost all of the people at cons that are selling, like, VTuber merch, most of them, it's not licensed. Like, they don't. It's good enough if they just DM and ask, hey, can I sell this at a con? And I just DM back and go, yeah, that's cool. We don't need to have a crazy signed thing. But, yeah. You said VShojo is marketing and merch handling, question mark? Like, if I contracted out to, say, handle marketing for my race shop or in our merchandise, hypothetical, where they only take a percentage of your sales and fund their operation, the rest comes from streams if you're big enough. It's not even if you're big enough. Basically, yeah. They only take from merchandise, and from sponsorships, like brand deals and stuff. Um, that's it. That's it. Anything else that I do through streaming or whatever, that's all mine. That's all mine. Anything I do through like my YouTube channel or whatever, that's all mine. They don't get any of that. And again, like yeah, I don't pay them directly for anything. They don't pay me directly for stuff. So they only make money if they're trying to help us make money. Does that make sense? Right? If they're like helping me with merch or helping me with sponsorships, then there you go. But yeah, which is a nice system. You said, does it work for the same for places like Hollow or Face? I don't know. I have no clue. I'm not privy to that information. No clue. And again, I'm watering a lot of stuff down. I'm not going to tell you specifics because the moment I say specifics, now we're getting into NDA land. You know, I'm just saying stuff that was like kind of known before. I'm just explaining it, but yeah, I'm not going to say anything I shouldn't. Said VShow is more a management agency, but not quite that. It's so interesting to me. It's just kind of a blend of a lot of things. Like they do have a brand that they push forward. Yes, and there's a group, yes, but they don't go hard on trying to make it be a certain thing, like make the group be a certain way, and then they market the fuck out of that specific thing and monetize that. And you know, they don't get so involved in like strategy with us or something that would warrant them taking money from other things like subs and stuff like that. So it's a different type of agreement. It's very blended though, because I think to the public, a lot of people think it's a lot different because the branding makes it look a lot different, right? Like we make it look a certain way. But realistically, yeah, it's a lot simpler. It's just simpler than people think, basically. If you can share it, how does something like Michi's 3D concert work? Does VShow help in the production or does the talent do it all independently? Yeah, so if let's say I wanted to do a 3D concert, I would go to my manager and I would say, I want to do a 3D concert. And they would say, okay, let me poke people and figure out who we have, what companies we work with to do this kind of work. If I didn't have a 3D model, we'd start poking artists. They'd do the management of it. But I would pay for it, like, you know, pay for the model, stuff like that. But they would just, like, contact people and handle the communications for me if I wanted. And then if, you know, so we'd get a model, we'd get backgrounds and environments made. And then if I wanted to hire out a company to help with the mocap, let's say I wanted to go to a studio mocap, or I wanted to go to studio, send them my mocap data, and then they like fix it up in post. They do camera work on it, lighting, like all the extra stuff so that it is a final product, like a final video. They would help me coordinate that, manage it, which is why we call them managers. They manage these projects. But I would pay for it. And I could do it all independently. Like, to answer your question, I could if I wanted. I just have the option. You know? So that's how it works. I'm just reading what you guys are saying. Some companies do explicitly give permission to create and sell fan art, like Hoyo. Yeah, some do, yeah. Exactly. IP copyright stuff is so labyrinthian. It is. It's a very, like, imperfect part of law, too, is what I've kind of realized over the years I've been doing this. A lot of stuff that you could just, like, agree to in a DM does and does not count in court for different types of things. It's really, like, it can be really confusing. And I think a lot of folks are very uneducated on, like, what they should be doing, what good practices are to make sure that you actually own everything that you've purchased from someone. And a lot of artists don't know how this works in different countries and stuff too either. So they'll just write in their terms of service, like, if you get this commission from me, like, you have full rights to use it commercially. Okay, but do I own it? Or are you licensing me the rights? Am I buying the rights in an ownership kind of way? Or are you allowing me to use it, but you still own it? That's not specified in almost every agreement anyone has with an artist ever. I'm just telling you right now. They don't specify that typically. So what you need is a work for hire agreement, like a little piece of paper that just says this counts as work for hire. You are selling me the asset after you make it. I own it and can use it commercially, etc. Right? Like just one piece of paper to hand to every artist that you buy something from. But yeah, most people don't do that, and that's a little scary. Like they really don't. And I look at this and I'm like, man, the land of all this stuff is a little spooky, But you just talk to a lawyer, rent them out for a couple hours, have them write up one little piece of paper for you to make sure that anytime you have one of those signed, you fully own this thing. There you go. Commercial buyout fees need to be involved in these things. LOL. It's not just commercial buyout fees. I'm saying like you have to write down like by purchasing these rights, this fee covers you have full ownership of the original piece and you have commercial rights to sell it, and like it needs to be written like that, and they don't always write it like that in their TOS. Most artists mean well, and they know what they mean when they're writing it, so they're not going to go after someone for it, but yeah, it's heavily built on trust. Exactly. And I think you assume the worst and hope for the best, right? You should assume that people will go after you for things when you're operating so that you can be safe, but then you just deep down these people are not going to do this, but it doesn't matter. People should just be more careful. They really should. I don't know. They really should, but they don't. I don't know, man. As an artist, I offer licenses unless they want to purchase the ownership/copyright, which I ask about. Yeah, exactly, right? Like you are recognizing that they're different things. I think some people don't, well, not a lot of people don't know that those are different things. So that sucks. That sucks. It's rough. It's rough, man. What do you do if streamer and artists are from different countries and laws differ between these countries? That's tough. But the easiest thing is that you have them sign something that is legal in U.S. law, if you live in the U.S., for example, that says that you own this thing. And that's the best you can do. Like, that's the best you can do. Yes, in some countries, the right cannot be sold, only licensed. I know, it's crazy. That's why I tell people, I love hiring foreign artists for things, if I can. Like I really don't care where someone's from, but there are certain things where you need an agreement in both countries, or that's valid for both countries, or you should just hire domestic artists for certain things. Sometimes you just have to. It's a little scary, And you could have your stuff for like 3 years and be using it. It's yours. It's all intents and purposes. It's yours. And then someone could come out of the woodwork and be like, you know what? I've decided I can't stand you. And then they're like, give me your model. Like they could turn around and do some crazy shit if you're not careful. Doesn't happen often at all. But it's happened like 1 or 2 times, And it's so scary, man. You just sign papers, man. Just hire somebody to make sure your shit's good. Seeing that is insane to me. The thing that's crazy, it's like almost always just petty, because what's that person gonna do with that like model they yoinked back, right? But at the same time, totally understand the pettiness, and I think it's rightful when like that person didn't pay you for that thing properly, so therefore you're yoinking it back or something like that, I'm like, it makes a lot of sense. It depends on the situation. There are times where that's their only recourse. It's the only thing they can do. They can't recoup their money, so instead they're like, well, then I'm taking the piece back because that's all I can do, And that'd be career suicide for the artist who wants a commission from someone like that. Well, like I said, there are cases where it makes a lot of sense. So, I don't know. I think the art world is all very confusing when it comes to like copyright. Who owns a VTuber's model? Who owns, the art that they used for promotions? Who owns all these things? It's just, it's such a complicated, complex little situation. Yeah, it's spooky because a lot of streamers start young with little or no adult experience. They're thrown right into the world of being an independent business owner. Very easy to get screwed. I On the back end, I I have an image. Outwardly, people are like, that's John business of VTubing. she knows about all of this. I don't think I'm an expert on every little thing, but I can at least help research if I don't know myself already, you know? So a lot of VTubers just straight up, even if they don't know me that well, they just message me and they're like, what do I do about this? Like I'm an advice hotline. And they you know, they ask me a lot of this stuff and I try to help. I cannot tell you how many people I've advised to do things a certain way. They're like, should I do this? And I'm like, you shouldn't sign that. You don't sign that. Oh, should I do this? No, you should not. And, or you know, you should with legal counsel, you should do this thing. And they don't listen. Or they're like, should I buy this thing from this artist? Their TOS is kind of vague. And I'm like, yeah, just hand them a paper that says these things. You know, work that out with your own lawyer. Get someone who's not me to do that, obviously, someone who's licensed, and work out something that makes sure it's like this, and then hand them that paper, and if they sign it, then you're good. And they'll be like, oh, okay, and then they just don't do it. They're like, that sounds inconvenient. So I will just trust everyone and buy everything from everyone. Like, I can't tell you how many people I've warned about all these little things, and I'm like, brother, don't do it, and they still do it. It's so, ugh. Yeah, why'd you ask my advice in the first place? It's all the time. I feel like that's everyone does that. I want to say it's a very young person thing. It happens more with my younger friends. I'll point something out and I'll be like, hey, you think this person's helping you? They're not though, here's why. And they'll be like, but they mean well. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. It's always my younger friends, you know? Ugh. You know, you can only do so much. You advise, and you're like, that artist's gonna turn around and do something because you didn't make them sign a thing, or you know, you like warn people about this stuff, and you can only do so much. You only do so much, man. After a certain point, people are gonna do what they're gonna do, and yeah, they need to make their own mistakes. They need to learn on their own. So I help people. But if they ask me the same question 3 times and they don't listen, honestly, the second time they ask, I'm like, no. No. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I had one friend ask me about, like, someone that they wanted as a moderator. They were like, I'm trying to look for mods, and I have these people. Who do you think would be, like, good? And they showed me their applications. I read through them. And I pointed out red flags in them. And it was stuff that they thought was really mundane. They're like, I don't think that means they'll be a bad mod. And I was like, no, this thing they said right here is a sign, domino effect. This is the tiny domino. But the big domino at the end of this is this other thing that you don't want. I promise you, this little thing that they're saying here is going to turn into that. And they're like, no. This friend ended up having so much turmoil because they brought in a mod that I called from the moment I read their application. I was like, this person is this way and it's going to cause you issues. And they still brought them in. And I was like, brother, if I tell you you don't listen, I'm not helping you with it later. So then they come to me later and they're like, oh, it did turn into, what should I do? And I was like, tell them to fuck off. What do you want from me? You didn't listen. They were like asking for my help, like asking me to actually like, can you help proofread my message to them? I was like, brother, I already told you. I already did. I don't know, man. I don't know. How do you even go about finding trustworthy mods in the first place? Find people who seem to care about the community, genuinely. Yeah, don't do it. Find people that genuinely seem to care about the community, that actually like hanging out with the community. Find people who don't do it just because of you. Okay? That's the big part for me. If a moderator, if someone wants to be a mod, but they want to be a mod because they want a mod for me, not for my community, then I probably don't want them. Am I flattered? Yes. But there needs to be a level of respect that they have for the community. And they can't be doing it because they want me to, like, pat them on the head and be like, oh, good job. You know, like, no, it should be because they like the community. You know, they like the content. They're sitting here watching it all the time. They like the chat. Yeah, and they have to be gay. Exactly. You know, it's part of the requirements. But it's just very important that they actually want to be in the community. So if I'm not streaming and they're hanging out in VC, they're having a good time and they don't hate everyone there. Yeah, that's honest. That's the baseline. That's the baseline for me. And they have to be gay, or at least like, you know, the musical Cabaret. They at least. That's all I ask. If I say, like, do you like Liza Minnelli? They have to be like, I loved her in, and then they list something she was in. They're accepted in. That's how it goes. I'm trying to think of what the other red flags are. There are a lot of little things. I don't know how to describe it, but like, I'll just see a lot of like little things that people do or say, and I'll point it out and be like, that's the small domino. And you almost feel bad pointing it out because, like, in a vacuum, certain behaviors that people have are really, really not an issue. But when 95% of the time that little thing always becomes that big thing, that big domino at the end, then, like, at some point you have to keep calling out that small thing and being like, we gotta prune this, calling it out earlier and earlier, you know? No, I mean, you just have to. Cabaret was the first play you ever worked on. It's such a special place in your heart. It's so good. It's so good. It's genuinely a masterpiece. It's one of my most favorites. It's insanely good. I like Cabaret and Follies. I like Follies a lot too. I do. Like Addictive Habits. Yeah. What was a small domino in that instance, if you can share? I have to try and remember. It was how they phrased something. It was a while back. It was something like in their question where they were like, why do you want to be a mod for me specifically? I don't remember how they worded something, but the general like TLDR of how they answered that question was, it was very much about that VTuber. And it was like, you could tell from the paragraph that they wanted to get closer to the creator to help them, and that wasn't actually the problem. There was a specific thing they said in there that I pointed out, and it gave me this vibe of this person wanted to be a savior, right? Like they worded something in a way where it made me feel like they didn't even respect the creator enough. They thought that like they could help them because they can't help themselves, right? And then that wasn't what they said, but the way it was worded, you could tell that that's what they thought. Yeah, a little hero complex, a little savior complex. It was that, and I pointed it out, and I was like, they think you're stupid. They think you're a stupid fucking baby. I was like, I'm gonna hyperbolize this so you understand what I'm pointing out here. They think you're a stupid fucking baby, and they can save you. They can be your fucking dada or some shit. That's what this sounds like to me, okay? And they were like, that's not at all what they said. And I'm like, I know that's not what they said. But you can read between the lines, you know? And I was pointing out, I was like, that's definitely what they're writing here. And they were like, no. And then months later, I feel like they treat me like a stupid fucking baby. And I was like, yeah, oh man. It's almost like the moment you let them in, the mask came off, you know? They started getting like a little controlling, trying to tell them what they should stream. Oh, you know, it'd be really good if you stream this. This game's popular right now. You should stream it. I'm sorry, you're a mod for the chat. Like what? They were just coming out of nowhere, being like, "Yeah, I'm your strategy advisor now. Like I'm your top content strategist." They just started like dropping shit at this person, and I was like, "Oh, a mod's not a manager." Managers don't even do that half the time. I was talking about this the other day. Some managers, sometimes you ask them for strategic advice because they do have their fingers on the pulse of things sometimes, but a lot of the time your manager is there to manage your projects. They're not there to be your second brain. Some of them can be if you want that, but a lot of them don't have the know-how. They want to, but they don't know how to do that properly, genuinely. So like, you just can't. Yeah, project managers are not product managers. Yeah, I don't think most people will even know what that means though, but I know what you mean. It's true. If you hire them in as a creative director, okay, you know, there you go, that's the role. But like, I don't know, dude. Can you date your project manager? Never date your employees. Never do that. Don't do it. Don't do it. Or if it's a scenario where you're already with someone and you bring them in, honestly, that's okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, I think that's okay. Just don't give them full control of it. It's still yours. It's still yours, okay? You keep on top of it. All right? And you make sure you're being represented how you want to be represented, and you keep a real close eye. You have to be keeping a really, really close eye on that. That's all. It's just about how you do it. He said, "Can I date the mods?" I don't want to spill, but yeah, all the mods are getting married. You know, I'm just gonna leak it right now. They're all getting married. Do managers usually do? Answer emails for you or forward you. Basically, they'll look through your emails and they'll look through all of your communications, and then they'll come to you and say, here's what we have inbound. Here are deals that people are trying to send to us. Here are things that we're hearing, that anything. They filter through all the shit and they take the couple of things they think you might want to hear about and they present it to you in a meeting. On top of that, if you want anything outbound, you're like, hey, I want more sponsorships. Can you contact companies to see if I can get sponsored for a thing? Hey, I want to do a merch thing. I want to do it with this company. Can you contact them? That's what the manager, most of their day-to-day will be, is doing that stuff. Let's say you're working on a merch line and the artist is like, yo, here's the first draft for the poster. I sketched it. Do you like this pose? Instead of sending it straight to you, they'll send it to like your manager, and your manager will kind of handle and be like, I don't think that's the vibe they want. Sometimes they'll come to you and ask, but if they know you really well, a lot of the time they can do a couple of those things for you without you having to be the one to look at everything and like yes or no everything. So they just kind of save you time on a lot of that stuff. There you go. That's honestly like number one day-to-day stuff that managers will do. And then they help you manage your calendar, honestly. That's the big thing. They'll look at everything you've got on your plate and just help you move the time around, because you spend a lot of your time on stream and you can't be sitting there thinking about that stuff while you're doing that. So, yeah. Yeah, logistics. It's just logistics. Operations. They do things so that you can sit there in a meeting and just talk to them about everything, and you don't have to sit there and manage your own little fucking Trello board all the time, or your own calendar, right? They'll make the invites, send them out to the right people for meetings, whatever. They're like an administrative assistant in a lot of cases. That's their main function. Besides mods and managers, what other roles do streamers have? Depends on the person. Depends on how big of a team they really need. A lot of people do a lot of stuff themselves. A lot of people have an editing team. So I have a content manager. I have one editor who's in chat right now, who he meets with me once a week. And then we DM each other in between everything a lot. And we just talk about what's going up on the channel. And I have other editors, but I don't have to sit there in meetings with all of those people all the time, because I do one meeting with that one guy and we discuss what everyone's doing. And then he goes and pieces out the work to all of them. And if I need to meet with one of them about a specific thing, we drag them into the call. You know, we talk to them. But yeah, it's Bark. But Bark will you know, do a lot of that so that I don't have to spend so many hours doing that. Just the chief editor. Yeah, but I like to call it content manager because he also has the reins on stuff where he can do more on the channels too. Like, you know, I give him more access to things. But yeah. So I think that's like the other like big function that we have. I think with everything else, most people don't have like other staff unless they really have a lot of money. I think beyond that, you need like a lot of money to start hiring other people for stuff. Some people do have a personal assistant, but usually the manager just covers that. If you have a lot going on, sometimes you do have both hired in. But yeah, anything else you could hire someone in for, you gotta be making buku bucks for that shit. Buku bucks. I mean, almost all of my sponsorship money goes straight back into like editors and stuff. Like, that stuff is expensive. And I can't imagine how I would hire, like, a lot of other staff. Especially if I were hiring them for a lot of time. For a little bit of time, I could contract people out, for sure. For some little things. But not, like, I couldn't afford, like, to hire a whole nother person full-time. Like, that, you know? Like, some people do have teams like that, and that's crazy to me. They have to make so much money for that. Insane. I think Mel has different managers for her content branches. Yeah, she's definitely a unique case, right? Because she has like two really different major sides of things that she does. So having different people handle that makes sense. I know some people have Like, they themselves are a streamer, but there are some people who have a brand where it's more like, there's like a separate visual brand where they sell a lot of figures of themselves and they sell a lot of merchandise of their character. And it's like a lot of people that buy that and interact with that don't even know them, the streamer, that well. They just like the character, you know? Almost like you ever seen Supersonico? Remember how fucking popular Supersonico was? It's just some character that an artist made and they decided to commodify it, right? Honestly, Miku is that. Yes, there's Vocaloid. Yes, there's the music. A lot of people are just Miku fans. They just love the character, and they don't even give a fuck about, like, anything else. They see the concert because it's cool, but that's because they like Miku, right? So there's some creators, some VTubers that kind of have that sort of brand, where there's them, the streamer, and what they do with the character, and then there's also separately, like, the commodified version of it. So a lot of people that have more staff would have it because they've got something like that going on, and they usually have other staff handle like all of that other shit. Like, they themselves tend to not. They might be creative directors, so they're still choosing how things go, but the day-to-day involved with like selling stuff related to that IP, like, the other people just handle it, you know? It's his own company. So people that have like something like that going on tend to have other staff hired in, but honestly, so few people have the money to be doing that. like so few people actually do it, man. That's the dream, because then that means, you know, as a streamer, it is tough because you're really only making money when you're live, and YouTube doesn't really make much money, so you're really not making money on that either. So having something that does bring in income, lets you pay staff and everything, that is happening without you having to be live for it to exist, is really good. It's really, really good. It's something stable, because streaming's not, right? Turning from a streamer into a brand. Yeah, exactly. And that's why everyone should have a mascot and turn it into a marketable plushie. Everyone should. It's the way to do it. Supersonico was something. Yeah, there was like everything. They'd be like, Supersonico, but she's a race car driver. Supersonico, but she's vacuuming. Supersonico, but she's laying on the couch. And like, there would be a figure and a poster and a keychain sold of like every single fucking iteration of that. She was everywhere, and she was nothing but a character, which was really cool. Honestly, it's really cool that they were able to like do that, you know? Really neat. So she was just cute. That's it. Like, she was just cute. Like Barbie. Yeah, but Barbie was like a kid's toy, like a doll specifically, right? She wasn't even that. Because she wasn't like you didn't like sit there with your Supersonico doll and be like, oh, I put her in the plastic house. She's in the dollhouse. Like, you didn't even do that. She just like sat there. You know? You had a figure of her, and she was up on your shelf. And you'd be like, yo, it's my fucking Supersonico. You know? I always thought that was really cool how like big that was able to grow without it really being anything else, you know? It's neat as hell. Yeah, Sanrio, right? Like, well, I will say Sanrio has more media, right? We have Agretzko on Netflix. We've got Agretzko, which is an entire anime about a character that they launched, which is voice acted and everything. You've got that. But yeah, Hello Kitty just like showed up. She was like, yo, I'm Hello Kitty. And they were like, yeah, we put her on shit and you buy it because you like her and she's familiar. Right? Gudetama, he's lazy. We print him on notebooks and socks and shit. And you buy it because you're like, haha, I like the lazy egg. He's funny. He has a butt. Haha. There you go. It just works. Miffy knockoff. Hey, I'm a Miffy truther, okay? I like Sanrio too. I'm a Miffy truther. I'm with you on that. I fucking love Miffy. The way Mouse likes cinema roll, that's me with Miffy. That's me. I'm just not much of a consumer, so I don't have as many plushies. I fucking love Miffy, okay? You don't get it. You don't get it, man. God, I love Miffy. And Miffy's literally just like the simplest looking thing in the world. Just a bunny with a little mouth that looks like a little X. It wears a shirt. Miffy's out there in a fucking t-shirt. Like, I fucking love Miffy, man. So good. Stuff like that is cool, though, man. Yeah, Pusheen. Remember Pusheen? Cute cat that someone drew, and then it was literally everywhere. Everyone's got a shirt at some point with Pusheen on it. Insane. Insane. My friend really loves the egg butt guy. Yeah, Gudetama. He's pretty cool. He's pretty cool. Unrelated, but this marketable fidget keycap you sold for Hunt Week is great. Don't you love it? I saw someone posted, I think it was Lesh posted it on Twitter, right? Let me find it. I don't know if you put in my art tag or my regular tag. Yeah, it was Leshen. Here. They took like an ultra HD photo with like the tiniest focal length I've ever seen in my life. You ever see that? Look, the smallest focal length ever, that we're even blurring the front corner of it. But yeah, I made this. I was like, I drew this by hand and handed it to someone. I said, can you vectorize this, like redo it, make it nicer? So no, what you see there is not what I literally drew by hand, but I basically went into paint. I went into paint and I was like, imagine a keycap, but I drew a shitty rectangle. And I said, okay, I want a line here across. I want the eye patch here, a little shape, and then I want a mouth that looks like this. And I just drew a shitty version of this on paint, and I went, make this a keycap, please. Make it nice, though, because I can't draw. And there we go. I like it. I like it as a little motif, though. I like it without the eye showing, the other eye. Maybe we'll just slap this on a bunch of shit. I don't know. The focus blur. Secret not Giga emote. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's $20 I'm sold. How much even is it? store.vshoujo.com/Giga. It's $14.99, brother. It's a little fidget toy, so it's not just the keycap for that. It's a keychain. I'll show you. Their color was also super warm. It's more cool toned. I'll show you the picture, the product image. It's that. So it's got like a tiny little clip, a tiny little thingy. So you can hang it on something, carry it around with you, and then you can just click it. You just click it, little fidget toy. I love this thing. It's a blue switch. It's a blue switch. The artist who drew the little design, their name is Turbo Dog. If you want to know who vectorized the thing that I wanted, the person who did it, Turbo Dog. But yeah, we got a bunch of those. We got a bunch of those. And then we also have 3D Boris. I'm excited to see these come out. This should be June was our estimated shipping date for him. A lot of this stuff had to be pre-ordered just because we didn't know we could even do this merch line, or that we were getting the sponsorship with Monster Hunter and all this stuff until like 2 months before. So there. But like, this is a little render of him. We got a little, it's a little like 3D figurine of Boris on a keychain, a little slab of meat. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's gonna be really cute. This is a render of what it'll look like. I did get to see a tester of it. I'm having them like just tweak a couple things so that it's perfect, but I did recently like get to see a tester. It's looking good. It's looking nice. So Boris shall be done soon. He's cooking. He's cooking right now. He is. He is. And if you want the merch, boom. Boom. We have a lot of older stuff still available too, but yeah, the fidget keycap is right there. I love that thing. Some people were asking, there's some stuff that was taken off of here because it was sold out. And they were like, I didn't get to get the thing in time. We're not restocking those. Not anytime soon. A lot of this merch that is available here, the older stuff, is restocked. I specifically ordered more of it because it's sold out. So what you see there is what's there. And when that stock's gone, it's gone. So just saying. Because some people were like, oh, I didn't get to get the Warlock outfit stickers. They were so cool. But those sold out like first. They always sell out first. Those were like Gone instantly. Didn't know it was 3D. I thought it was an acrylic. Yeah, you know, the week before we dropped the merge, or the week of, I think we were like dropping it that Thursday or Friday. They come back to me. My merch person is like, "Hey, here's the like advertisement for it, like, or the product picture. Can I get approval on it?" And it was just like a flat image of what would be 3D rendered and turned into it. And I was like, this looks like an acrylic keychain, and we really need people to know it's not. And if we put this flat image up, like, no, that does not. Like, they're not gonna know what this product is, you know? Like, we could write in the description, like, oh, it's a 3-dimensional, it's like a little figurine, but like people don't read, you know? So I was like, oh god, because it was literally like 2 days before, and I was like, brother, we need a 3D render. So I went to my friend Squiver, shouting her out. I went to Squiver and I was like, please render this. Please. So she gave me she worked on it really quick. Big W to her. She was great. And she gave me a 3D render of it that we could show as the product image that we were, you know, working the actual product off of anyway. So I was like, oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Because I was like worried. I was like, oh man, if we put like the concept photo of it, that's cool, but it looked flat, and I figured people would assume, like, exactly like you said, they would assume like that was an acrylic keychain. But I was very excited for that because I'm like, it's not acrylic, it's actually like a whole 3-dimensional Boris figure, you know? So I'm excited, and I'm glad we got the little 3D guy. I'm glad we did, because we have an acrylic keychain of him too that exists, of one of the emotes of him, but I really wanted like the whole thing, you know? Metal card should be here soon. Yeah. We still have some with Horizons, Novel Horizons. When does this shut down? There's a date that this is available until. This stuff is still up. I want to say maybe even this weekend it might close down. I have to double check on what date they're doing that. We did WeebCon, and then we put this stuff that we sold exclusively at WeebCon up on the store. It will be up for some time, and then it will at some point be taken down. This is not stock-based. This is just you order if you want it. It gets shipped to you pretty quickly, and if you don't get it in time, you don't get it in time. So those are just up for a limited time. So if you want any of the WeebCon merch, like I really like these posters. This genuinely has to be some of my most favorite art we've ever put on merch. If you want those, they're very limited time-wise, so get it if you want it, because they're going away in a little bit. Only 200 cards exist. Yeah, they're collectible. There's only 200 of them, so I would really like a plushie of Boris. Is there one? Funny you ask. We made a we had a 2-foot plushie of Boris at WeebCon. Let me find the picture. We had a 2-foot plushie of him. He was huge. If you went to my meet and greet, we had him sitting on the chair, like right under the screen. Here, I don't know if you guys saw it. I put it on Twitter. If you're not following the Twitter, you don't see this shit. Here. Look at him. You see, that's him on the chair. This dude was huge. I think he's taller than 2 feet, actually. We had him. He's like a tester. He's a tester. But yeah, huge Boris plushie. Yeah, he stands up. Somebody won him. I don't remember who won him. We raffled him. We raffled him off at like the last day of the con, last amount of time. I asked the booth if they would like do that. Bricky for comparison. Bricky sent me a picture. Wait. He was there and he sent me a picture. I'll show you. Hold on. Hold on. If you want Bricky for comparison, he messaged me like middle of WeebCon and was like, check this out. He said, foul creature. I said, unhand him. Like Bricky's hand for comparison. So this thing is huge, for the record. I want to make note, Bricky's like 6'3" or some shit. He's a big man, okay? He's a large dude. He's very tall. And that's his very big man hand, right? Up against Boris's little nose. And by little, I mean huge nose, because this Boris plushie's huge. Like, insanely big. But, yeah. A picture of Bricky holding patricians. Ooh, yeah, let me grab it. Let me see. I want that. Hold on. I will find it. Oh my god. Wait, I have the picture now. I forgot you put this in there. I remember I saw it when he did it. Bricky picked up Boris and started trying to choke him out. And it was fucked up. Keep in mind, like I said, Bricky's like 6'3". This dude is huge. This dude is so huge. It's a big plushie. It's a really big plushie. I was not exaggerating. I was saying 2 foot. I think it's taller. I think it's quite a bit taller. Absolutely fucking enormous, okay? This thing. Can you believe this guy? I've been 2.5 or 3. Yeah, I mean, you were like physically in front of it, right? You got to see it. I think I think he's a 3 foot. Like if you stand him up, I think he's a 3 foot plush. I don't know. The guys at the booth kept saying like, "Oh yeah, the 2 foot plushie." And I'm like, I don't think it's 2 feet. I think it's 3 feet. Huge. Anyway, we do have a Boris plushie, but we had one. We were testing it. I was trying to see if this could be sold. Like a limited run of them. I still do think it's possible, but at the moment, the shipping for it would be disgusting. Disgusting. So I'm just waiting to see if I can make that work at some point, hopefully. But I don't want you to order one of these and he is whatever price the plushie should be, and then you look at the shipping and it's like $1 billion, you know? Like, there were some people that asked about it at the meeting read actually, and we're like, "Oh, would you sell it?" And I was like, "I could, but the shipping would be a lot." And they were like, "Oh, I'd pay like $100 shipping." And I'm like, "Yeah, you would. 3 of you." Like, I can't do this to everybody, you know? So, unfortunately, I think for everyone else, probably not. Probably not. Yeah, 3 oil princes would be able to afford that, but I think the average person is not going to be doing that. You almost didn't get the metal cards because of the shipping. I know, it's rough, and that's like normal shipping costs too. That's not even like affected by other stuff too much right now. It's just a little bit worked in, a little bit, but we take on a lot of the price burden for that still. You know, the stuff that's currently affected, but for new products, it's gonna be rough. Will those people pay my shipping? God, I wish they fucking would, man. Actually, something that I really like, Fourth Wall has a thing. You ever seen this? So when you buy merch for yourself, right? Fourth Wall has something where you can go on a site and you can like link yourself to Fourth Wall. They're just a merch provider, and you can have other people buy you merchandise. So like if I had a collection with Fourth Wall and you were signed into Fourth Wall and you let it know what your Twitch is, whatever, you could look through to see what other members of this community existed on that list, and then you could like buy them merch. So you're able to get stuff for someone, but Fourth Wall is the one storing their information of where to send it and stuff, not you, so you don't have to worry about like, all of that. So I actually think that that's really, really, really nice. Yeah, they can do it for community giveaway, exactly. And you can pick a specific user, or you could just be like, give it to somebody. Kind of like the way you gift subs, right? You can gift a sub to somebody, or you can just gift a sub and it raffles it to someone. Fourth Wall has something like that. I want to see if there's a way for me to do that through other providers in some way. I don't think any other merch providers really do that, but I want to see if maybe I could even facilitate like building something out, a system to do that. I would really like to do that, because I like you know, a lot of communities have that where you have a wide range of people. Some people are like broke college students. Some people are adults working in tech and they're 38 and they're like, yeah, I want to give people stuff. You know, I like it here, and they're doing fine. Some of them are tech workers that are 38 and they're not doing fine. They're like, I pay so much in fucking property tax. You know, whatever. We have a wide range of people here. And I like when people can do that for other community members. So I always thought it was really cool that they had that. I just think like only Fourth Wall does that, you know? I'm sure there's someone else who does, but I haven't really seen other merch providers do too much. So I would like that. I think it'd be good. I've seen one VTuber that uses Fourth Wall feature for subathon with new merch. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Imagine if you do like a debut, right? A lot of people come in and they like go and buy subs for people, right? They gift a lot of subs. Imagine if some of those people could do, let's say they want to spend a certain amount. Instead of it all being subs, what if half of that is gifting subs and half of it is let me give some merch to some people, right? I just think that's really cool. I just like that a lot. I like people being able to help each other out, you know? I think I might actually make less money if I'm thinking about it, if someone like, instead of gifting me subs, went and did all merch. Because the merch providers get a lot of money because they're the ones taking on a lot of that burden to begin with to even do the whole project. So I think I would make less if people did that, but I still think it's like cool. I just want it to be an option, you know? I think it'd be nice. Like a tip cup for the community. Yeah, that's another thing I've thought of is like, I always thought it'd be really cool to do an event, maybe subathon, maybe something else, some sort of event where people do pay into a pool, and then a portion of it, instead of donating it to charity, instead I set up like a scholarship, essentially a little package money to be used for a purpose for someone, and then we let community members write in they need this and why. I'm going to school for this thing, blah blah blah, something like that. I always really wanted to do that. I think I've talked about this for years, that doing like a scholarship thing would be cool, and it would only be eligible for people who are like really in the community already, like people who've been here for a while. I thought that'd be really nice. Really, really nice. There's a lot of legality going into it, which is why I didn't jump into doing it. I didn't want to just recklessly be like, yeah, send it to my PayPal. I'll take 50% of it. I'll take 30% of it, whatever it is. I'll put it into a fund and I'll just PayPal it to someone. Like, no, I want to actually vet people. I want to make sure that like that can work. And, you know, like, so I'm not going to just rush to do it, but I want to eventually. Like, it's on my list of annoying ideas that are really difficult to do, but I still want to do it, right? Like, like it's there. Oh yeah, crowdsource Shark Tank. Yeah, stuff like that. Wouldn't that be fun as hell? Wouldn't that be fun as hell? But you have to be so careful, and you have to vet the fuck out of this stuff. Charlie did something like that for a bit. I could probably just straight up ask him and be like, does this work? Did yours work? How did you feel about that? How'd you go about that? Check with him. I'll call him up. Ring, ring, Charlie. I could see. Pay my Harvard tuition would be crazy. I mean, I don't think this community would, like, have that much money to be given to somebody. I don't think so. Yeah, Charlie, what do you think of this idea? He did do something. I don't know. See a streamer done that for Christmas with the Amazon wishlist items? Ooh, could do something like people donate through the normal donation link. Anything donated during a specific stream, we take a percentage of it, set it aside. And then we also have community members submit Amazon wish lists, right? To me, so they're not submitting it just out into the open internet to everyone else. They submit it to me somewhere where just I could see it. And then I just go through the list and I like roll. I just raffle. I take money from that pool roll once, it picks a random item for a random person, I get it for them. And I do that until that fund is run down. I think something like that could be really fun. And that way I could tell you guys who's getting what without, like, revealing their information. You know what I mean? I think that could be really cool. Like a Secret Santa. Maybe we should do something like that for Christmas. Maybe that would be, yeah. That could be really cool. That could be really, really nice. Or we do something like that, but it's like a merch thing where I have like items, and it's like you can, it's kind of like the fourth wall thing where you can just pay, maybe one of the items on the store is just like a coupon, and it's just like, I'm giving $20 so that someone can be raffled a random item, so you like cover the cost, right? And it's Secret Santa, it's your buy-in, but if you buy that, you also end up on the list, potentially. The potential list, right? And then we go through and we like, you can either buy in and say, yes, I want on the list, or no, I don't, I'm just gifting. And then at the end of the stream, you know, we do like another one the next day and raffle it off. I think that'd be cool. I just want like people to have a way to give each other things without having to be like, give me your address. Let me send you this. Give me your home address and your name, you know? Like, I really want to be able to do it, but I want to do it safely, right? Because unless I facilitate that stuff, there's no way for you guys to do that safely. Like, they just practically none. So, I'll think on that. I'll think on that. But yeah, it could be like a big community Secret Santa. I think doing it through my own merch store would be easiest. I set up a merch store for it. And then one of the things like that you buy is just for a community member. And that'd be cool. Run it by a lawyer. Oh, you don't need to tell me that, yeah. It's easy to accidentally make an illegal lottery or similar. Yeah, no, I'm very aware of what you can't do with that stuff for sure. You can't buy into something like that and then like, I don't know how to describe it. There are certain types of systems you can't do, basically. But what I'm saying is a very one-to-one, like, I go to GEEGA merch store. One of the items is buy someone else a gift. I purchase that, it checks out, it takes money for it. Now GEEGA knows there is +1 of how many random things we give out to a list of people. And then we give it out via raffle. But I run the raffle, so that way I know it's properly raffled, right? That's really all the system I'm suggesting is. There are other things you can do that are absolutely super not good. Where people can like put themselves in a billion times, etc. But no, I would make sure that that's vetted. Flo, thank you for the resub, and thank you for the 10 gifted. That's crazy. Huge. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Giga's house becomes filled with merch to ship out. Well, that's the thing is I wouldn't even take in like your info if I could like on my end. I would just like have it be sent to a fulfillment center who doesn't know your username or how to relate anything on the internet to you, and they send it. You know what I mean? There are ways to like add layers of protection to make sure you're not like putting yourself at risk, basically. And I think doing it through a little like merch shop is honestly the safest way. But I'll consider it. I'll figure out ways to do it. I think okay, here's what I think the real answer is. Ready? You put 2 merch items on a merch store. Number 1 is I'm buying a gift for someone. Costs X dollars, $5, right? Boom. You pay it. You've now paid to add a gift to the pool. The other merch item, $0. $0. You just go in and check out so that it knows where to send shit to you, and it puts you that list item, right? It puts you in the list for raffle. Boom. Ta-da. Ta-da. However many people buy the first thing, that's how many things we raffle off, to however many people put in for the second thing. Done. All you have to do is you have to have a list of stuff that they have to fill out on there so you can vet that they're a real community member, right? That's the only thing you have to do, and we have ways to do that. Boom. There you go. Oh, Christopher Reese's-on. Thank you for the tier 3 for Henya. Holy. That's huge. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. 2 separate buckets? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking there are ways for us to be able to do this. I could even make it so that you can't order that second thing unless you get a unique code, and that unique code is only like emailed to you if you're already in our system for the points shit. You know what I mean? Like there are ways I could absolutely make it locked down so that I have a single-use voucher that you can only use if you are actually active in the community, you know? That's very possible. Very, very possible. So I think it's doable, and I think we can have a great Christmas is what I'm saying. There's a reason we're tracking how many dailies you guys do. I've been collecting data on how active you guys are this whole time. It's not just, does this person watch? It's, do they click the button every stream? Oh. Do they submit offerings? How many points have they earned? How many points have they lost? Suddenly everyone does their dailies redeems. Yeah. It's a good way to track who's a good egg. Oh, look at those redeems. Would you look at that? Ooh. Interesting. The people that work on all the point stuff are just like, lol. Haha. There's a reason why we track who's like really, really active, okay?
The Geegler.
The Geegler does it again. As I was saying, we already have a system that can tell who's an active community member and who isn't. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, half of us are working. Oh, I know, but you could enter in the stream and you could click a button each time. You could. It's a really good system. I know. We have little things that are high value in this community, okay? Little things that are high value. Number 1, tracking dailies. Goated the ways I can use this to figure things out. Goated. We have the fact that you can't get into the Discord without picking a faction and using that as a filter for people that are unnecessarily insubordinate and always turn out to be issues later. Goated. It's such a small thing, you wouldn't think it has that big of an effect. It does. I'm telling you, every little thing you see here, every little thing you see, there's a really good reason why it's there. Okay? This community is blueprints, okay? And there's an abyssal zone. There's an abyssal part of the iceberg. There's a depth that you will never see. But I promise it's there. The Pepe Sylvia does exist, okay? All right. Yeah, give us more data. Log into the app. Those who log into the app will be rewarded. It's true. It's true. We have plans. We have many plans. The blueprints was the friends we made along the way. I'm still reeling after yesterday. I can't believe that fucking puzzle was real, okay? Yesterday was nuts. We can go over it later when we get to that, but yesterday was crazy. That shit was realize, you know? I don't know how else to say it. If you were there, you were there. Yeah, with the waiting, with the waiting, and the moment the thing happened at 1:30, I went, hold on. I stopped everything. Yeah, while we were trying to watch Ryu Camp, you know? Figured it out so quick, I was stuck on it for so long. I thought I was so incredibly wrong. And I think everything is worth trying. You see me try every cooked idea I have multiple times. And some of them turn out to be a big nothing. That one? I think one of the reasons I really, was thinking a lot about it is because I've been cooking on what the fuck that post-it meant. Yeah, the clock puzzle. That's what I'm talking about. I've been thinking about 1:30, what the post-it found in the grotto meant. What that 6, the little sideways 6 and then the IOO going down from it, what that meant since we first found them. you guys know, if you've been watching the playthrough, every time I found one of those things, I sat there and stared at it and theorized for way too long. Yeah, so when I find that fuck-ass post-it on the wall that says I_I00, I'm like, oh! And we stared at it for like 20 minutes. So when I get up to a thing that could use it, don't be surprised that I thought of it quickly. Because the moment I saw a grid-like letters, I was like, you know? But we still don't know, like, there's still stuff to find to understand exactly what that note was telling me. There's some shit that, you know, there's some shit that's still off. I was so overcooking on that puzzle, I was overlaying the maps from the classroom trying to figure out directions. I do have some things where I've overlaid screenshots of sections of places over little maps and things, and I don't know if they're going to turn into anything, but they're sitting there in case they do become something. I don't know if they will be, but, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, even the clock puzzle, you said. You mean in the clock tower? That one wasn't too bad. That one was just a logic puzzle, but it does take time. I went back and forth on that one a lot. I did. Thanks, Charlie. It's in Castle, guys. The thing that I like knew I was right on but couldn't explain to you guys well was the C. Okay, the C being a Roman numeral. Because there was a C and an I and then a blank. I was like, this can't be anything else because I'm looking for a starting number. There is no number that starts with CI. So this has to be Roman numerals. But I felt like I was not cooking, but I was cooking. I don't know. Such a weird, surreal feeling. So odd. I think CIR circle. Ooh, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think the thing I still don't get is there's like... There was a word that was tor, T-O-R, and then lore, L-O-R, which in like the language in the game means word, and then et, E-T-T, which means east. So we went over... We used east to figure out the last number in the puzzle. But like, what did Tor lore mean? What the fuck was that? You figured out the Tor, won't spoil it? Yeah, I want to figure it out even if we already did the puzzle. Like, I still want to know what the fuck that was. But like, yeah, the Torlet lavatory. We need to go to lavatory. Yeah, like I'm like, what? I don't know what that was. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was. Still, but at least I had the last word of it, which like made sense. So. Only other thing I was thinking was it might be ETA, but it felt a little weird. Exo Stretch, thank you for the prime. Jano, thank you for the prime. And Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the sub. Thank you. How does 100% Blueprints compare to 100% Cocoon? Well, I haven't 100%ed Blueprints yet, so I don't know. I will say 100% in Cocoon, I felt similarly crazy. I think 200% Cocoon, you have to open your third eye and become an insane person. I think Blueprints makes you feel crazy, but the clues are obviously there. I think in Cocoon, they're not obvious. And if you don't mind a Cocoon spoiler, I can show you, like, I could show you an example of one. I'm gonna find a video of someone 100%ing it. Now that I've done it myself. Okay, here. Ready? I'm gonna put text on the screen. Cocoon spoilers. This is only spoiling how to 100% the game, and it's just like an end game puzzle. You're not gonna care about it if you play the base game, so it's not really that big of a spoiler if you're not like the puzzler and you want to go insane. And I think a vast majority of you would never find this to begin with. Okay, never. And I'm saying that because I took months to do this. I took months of opening this game frequently, like once every other day, every third day, to try and figure this shit out. because I just love puzzles so much, but it was just nutty. You should play Cocoon though. I promise you, spoilers over. I promise you, the puzzles in the majority of the game are not that hard. They're more like cool spatial puzzles, okay? They're cool spatial puzzles. But if you like blueprints, if you like Myst, if you like stuff like that, oh, it's so good. It's so good. Okay? No feedback. Yeah. No feedback until you get the third one right. That's the part I don't like. I wish they gave you something. But
wow,
that game's really good. It's really good. And you can get an ending that makes it feel I wouldn't say it makes the abstract story feel more complete, but it gives you like another layer that helps you further understand like what the fuck the ending is supposed to be, even. I loved that game though. I did. I played it after you recommended it, did not 100% it, and I liked it. Yeah, I don't think anyone should try to 100% it unless they like the kind of shit that I like just showed. If you like finding Easter eggs and things, let's say you played Animal Well, right, and you like found a lot of the stuff in Animal Well, then you might like doing this. But it's not for everyone. It's not for everyone. Is there a why would we do that in the first place? Like, why is that specifically linked to that? So the only place in that game that you can actually enter like a sequence in are those. Each area has one of those shape puzzles, and it's the same shapes every time. There are 5 shapes. They're shown in the background somewhere, in the foreground, and you see an order of the shapes, then you enter them in. That exists in each area. Which means if you find anything in those areas that look like it could be a sequence, and it's 5 numbers, and they're 1 through 5, just in some order, that's how I figured it out. I was like, I presume anything that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in some way, shape, or form could be entered in there. And the reason why I thought that might be possible is because, as he showed, when you finish the basic puzzle, you can still run into those things. It still goes boop. It still goes boop, like the first time you entered something. So I was like, wait, this is still active? Why am I able to run into this little symbol and it goes doop and it like goes down below the ground instead of it just staying right where it is because I already did the puzzle, right? So I knew something was up with that, and I was like, there must be something I could put in here. 5 shapes, 5, 5, 5. So I kept thinking 5 in my head, right? And then I just looked and I just scoured. I just redid every puzzle, basically played through the whole game a second time. And I just looked everywhere for anything that felt like it could be a sequence. I wrote them all down, and then I just did them all in order. I did every permutation of them. It's like, we'll do the one that starts with a 4, the one that starts with a 1, the one that starts with a 3. Okay, now we'll do 3, 1, 4. Now we'll do 1, 3, 4, 1, 4, 3. And I just like did them all in order until it worked. And when the first one worked, I was like, oh my god. The others are all like that, where you just have to find the sequence. But it's a good ass game, man. It's good. It's really good. That one's probably one of the easiest to see. There's another one that's really cool, but I don't want to spoil it, because when you do find it, like the feeling, I gotta say, with that puzzle, the concept is simple. It's just like, yeah, you just gotta like take out a magnifying glass and find the sequence. But when you do find it, there's some of them that the places where they're hidden, the spot where you see the pattern, when you finally realize it, there's such an amazing feeling, because the design of the game is so beautiful. So it gives you such a crazy, immense feeling. I don't even know, like chills, actual chills moment. And it's rare that you get like a chills moment like that in a puzzle game, okay? Like it's so rare that you play a puzzle game and you're like full body, you're like, whoa, like having an experience, okay? And Cocoon 100%ing it has a couple moments where you realize something and you're like, whoa, and you start going crazy. They have that. They have that in that game, okay? So, love Cocoon. Love Cocoon. 100% recommend it. Cerebral experiences like that help to train the brain to think more thoroughly through video games. So neat, like how Brain Age on the DS exploded in popularity. Yeah, I love shit like this. I think Cocoon is a puzzle game that you might feel like you're smooth-brained. Doesn't matter. You could play Cocoon. It's really good. It takes a little time to like think through, but it's not bad. It's very, I will say it's very linear. Like Blueprints, a lot of the reviews are really good, but there are some people get really frustrated by it because you don't have a direction. You don't know what you're supposed to do. But Cocoon is really linear. You just go through and play the damn game in a line. You don't go back. You don't go. You kind of do, but it makes sense. It does feel very linear, even if there are things that are really obscure and weird. So I think Cocoon is solid if you're actually less of a puzzle gamer, because while it is a really good puzzle game, and who likes puzzle games would eat it up, I think it doesn't confuse you as much. Maybe the individual puzzle does, but stuff like Blueprints, there's a point where you're just standing there and you're like, I don't know what the fuck to do with myself. Like, I don't know what I'm doing here, right? If you're not like tapped into every little detail. Cocoon doesn't do that to you. Cocoon, there's always, you're like, I know I need to go here and do something. So that's why I kind of recommend that one. And hey, it won an award. It won like Indie Game Award, Indie Game of the Year kind of thing. It won an entire award, and everyone was so fucking pissed online. They were like, why didn't Pizza Tower win? And I was like, you don't fucking get it. You don't fucking get it, because they didn't play Cocoon, because everyone played Pizza Tower, and Pizza Tower had a fandom. They were so mad, and I was like, Pizza Tower is great, but it's a great Wario Land-esque game. Cocoon was just its own fucking thing, and it was beautiful. Is Cocoon more logic puzzles, observation puzzles, or both? Logic puzzles. The observation kind of thing, like I was showing, that is just for 100%ing. That is just for like post-game stuff if you want 100% it. The base game is just purely logic puzzles. So I really like it. I really like it, and I recommend it for people that get frustrated by everything being like, oh, you have to be the biggest noticer to play this game, you know? You're not a fan of how Cocoon looks? No, I love it. I love it. I'll show you some images. I think the game is super fucking cool. Aesthetically, it's just neat. You're just a little bug. You're a little bug. You're a little low poly bug guy. I want to find an image, but I don't want to like spoil shit. I found one image that would be so cool, but it would spoil one of the biggest puzzles. One of the coolest moments in the game. Here. I'll show one that doesn't spoil too much. I thought this game was beautiful. It was very abstract, but also very insecty. It was just like me on my little dirt planet doing like space bug shit or something. It's so cool. And you like basically the interdimensional puzzles are what's really cool. Looks neat. Yeah, it looks like an insect with its brood, right? Like a moth thing. So fucking cool, man. So cool. Have you ever played The Looker? Oh, we played the fuck out of The Looker. We did. I kind of want to replay it one day. I want to replay it on stream. It was so good. But I think you should play Cocoon. I think you should do it. It won an award for a reason, man. It did. It did. So, I'm just saying. Put it on your list. The Lookler. It was really good. I wanted to replay The Witness. For some reason, when I was opening it, like my FOV slider was just not working, and when I was playing it, I was straight up getting like sick. I was getting motion sick from that game. Of all things, The Witness. Of all games to get motion sick from, The Witness was fucking me up. So I had to put it down, which is crazy because the first time I played through it, I did not feel like that. So I said, fuck this, I'm going to put it down. And then sometime later, I opened it, and I think I changed some settings around outside of it, and I was able to adjust my FOE properly. So I was like, oh, okay. So I might go back at some point. A lot of people have that issue for some reason. It's something about the way the objects move. So I don't know how to explain game cameras. There is where the character is. There is where the character's eyes are, where the camera's placed. And there are games where the camera's placed exactly in the center of where the character is. And there are other ones that start where the plane that you're starting to see from exists a little forward from the character in a way. And something about where it's placed in relation to that fucks me up. The way the camera bobs does it to you. The camera bob definitely helps. It's just something about the perspective and the way objects move past you on the side. Like, you can peripherally see, when you walk past something and you're looking forward, you can see the objects all the way on your side moving past you, even if you're not focused on them. Something about the way the witness does it and the way those objects move past you, I feel like it's just wrong, and it just makes me feel like throwing up. I don't know. It fucks me up, man. It's so bad. A lot of older games have that, I kind of feel. I think much later, people figured out how to really adjust that kind of thing so people don't throw up when they're playing games. That's one of those things that is tough. Head bob be weird. To this day, I became the most motion sick of all games. From Turok 2. Turok 2 Seeds of Evil. And not back in the day. When I played that back in the day, I was fine. But me and May played it together. When we were streaming, obviously. We streamed it together. And we found like a multiplayer mod. So me and May were playing Turok 2 Seeds of Evil co-op. And I even reduced some of the camera bob and stuff. I was playing it, and at some point I was looking. I was realizing that while I look in the center, I look at the reticle, everything is fine. I feel like I can see the game. I look over at chat, and if I stare at a letter in the middle of a chat message, I realized I could see peripherally everything that exists to the right of it. I couldn't see anything on the left side. The left side of my vision was just grayed out, not existing. I didn't even see anything in its place. I just couldn't see anything. Like, null, right? So I would focus on something, and everything to the left of it was just, like, kind of blank. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Because I didn't feel anything. I just didn't see. And it wasn't like I see gray, I see fuzz, like TV static. Like, it was just literally nothing. My brain had nothing there. And I was like, oh my God. So at some point while we're playing, I say to May, I'm like, May, I can't see the left side of my vision. And she's like, yeah, I'm becoming a little motion sick. And I just like started looking up and around and things on my wall, and I was realizing it's everywhere. It's not just looking at chat. Like I actually cannot see shit on the left side. And I was like, I gotta lie down. And we were like, let's end the clip. Let's end it. We're good. We had already played for a bit. We'd already played for a while, you know? All right, let's lay down. I raid somebody. I had so much motion sickness. I was so cooked. I hit raid. I don't end stream. We're just laying down. And there was a whole hour of that VOD of me and May laying down in our chairs, just being like, oh, fuck, dude. I can't even see. I gotta, if I close my eyes, I feel like I'm on a boat swaying. And like, we're just like complaining to each other, like throwing up. And at some point I'm like, bro, my stream's still on. And she was like, oh shit. And it was fine. All we did was sit there and be sick. So I was like, all right, and I ended it. But dude, what a fucking stream, man. That Turok 2 Seeds of Evil almost killed me on stream. It was nuts. Toronto, thank you for the prime. It was man. I just laid down and waited a bit and hydrated, and I was like, let me see if my vision comes back. And it kind of did. I don't know what happened with that to this day. I think it was like an ocular migraine. But I didn't have the full headachiness. But I definitely felt like I was super motion sick. I just felt sick. So I was like, I think that was a proper ocular migraine. I've never had one where I actually lost vision. But it's interesting because, you go full blind. Your brain actually just stops perceiving things in a certain chunk of your area of vision. It was weird. It was weird. Happens to you with ocular migraines? You lose vision and nothing else sometimes? Yeah, yeah. I had never had one that included vision loss like that. So I was like, oh shit. It was crazy. It was scary, man. And of course it happened mid fucking stream. I knew it was a thing. I just was like, I don't know how to identify any of this. So I just laid down and hydrated for a bit. Yeah, cerebral bore. Ooh, you get them twice a year and you get a sunspot for like 20 minutes. It sucks. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. That kind of stuff, it's rough because when your vision's going, like, vision going away could be a real indicator of a lot of other problems. So if it's not a regular problem for you and it starts happening, that shit's scary as hell. Scary as hell. Is that VOD up? No, fuck no. I don't think any of my old ones are up from that time. I think my first year and a half of streaming, I don't really have any VODs up. I didn't really run a VOD channel at that time. I wasn't concerned with it. This was just a hobby thing for me. Like I really didn't worry about it. And then it wasn't until I went full time that from there onward I did save the VODs. But anytime before that, no. No. Diagnosed with chronic migraines as a 5-year-old. Ocular migraines feel like vertigo, but weird. Yeah. Yeah, I do get some weird stuff with vertigo, personally. It's odd. I don't have the biggest issue with it, but I have like it's almost like it's not exactly like it. It's not exactly the same, but I get something that's like a low level similar to Meniere's disease kind of thing, where sometimes my inner ear gets a little fucked up. TLDR. It just gets a little fucked up sometimes. And you know your inner ear is what helps you balance it, but it's what helps your brain know like how this is up, that's down. It's how you kind of like feel gravity properly, and your brain can interpret like gravity in a way. Sometimes my inner ear gets a little fucked up and I'll feel like I can't tell where down is all of a sudden and I get vertigo. It doesn't happen super often to me. It's pretty rare. And honestly, if I just like hydrate properly, I get some blood flow happening most of the time, I'm all right. But if I get real shitty and lazy with it, I might like have a real problem here and there. Yeah, my ear juice gets all fucked up. Yeah, you had an ear infection or something a long time ago, gave you severe vertigo. It sucks. Yeah, if I don't keep aware of it, there's a chance I might be walking around and I'm just like, oh, and I just like fall to my left because I feel like left is down for some reason. I don't know how to describe that feeling, but like in your brain, you know which way is down, so you tense your muscles in certain ways and you balance yourself to stay upright. But like when I get this feeling, I start getting that type of vertigo. The only way I can describe it is like it's hard to know where down is. You start to feel like you need to adjust because down might be in front of you. But then, yeah, it's like, right, swapping to inverted controls and you just like fall. You're just like, you just like, what do you do? Like not tense up your body, just lay there and relax and wait for the feeling to pass, so you don't have to do anything. It's tough. Sounds like low blood pressure. Actually, low blood pressure can give you that feeling too, kind of. But because mine is like an inner ear issue, it like, it's a weird sensation. Like, I don't know. Mentally, I feel like I have to start like adjusting because I feel like I'm gonna fall in one direction, even though I'm not. But your body just moves on its own, so you start like putting your hand out, like you're gonna fall to like the left, like you're gonna fall on the x-axis instead of the y. So you start like You like push your arm out in front of you, even though there's nothing pulling you forward that you'd have to like hold your arm out to stop yourself against. You'll still like do it just automatically because your body's so used to that. And you know, you just have to like sit on the floor and wait for the vertigo to pass, man. You got something like that before? What's the doctor said it was benign, paroxysmal, positional vertigo. Yeah, that's the thing. Specifically positional vertigo, where like your brain's telling you down somewhere where it's not, is a little weird. Or sometimes one side is telling you down is a little more forward and the other side is totally normal. And that just makes you so dizzy. That makes you just throw up, man. Calcium crystal in my inner ear that were out of place. Yeah. So it can happen for various reasons. For me, it happens from occasional like swelling. And yeah, basically, yeah, they're calcium crystals in your inner ear that their location, because they float downward or they kind of sink downward in liquid. That's how your brain actually knows where down is based off of where those are. It's a really interesting little function of your inner ear. But yeah, if you've got an inner ear problem, then that's why like you get fucked up with like what gravity feels like, or like what directions feel like, and you start to get vertigo and get dizzy and stuff like that. It's because of that. It's a little chunk of rock in your ear. It's cool, man. It's cool. You should read about it. I didn't understand that was how it worked. I never cared until I started having that issue. And then they were like, yeah, you should read up on this. This is how it works. And I was like, that's kind of wild. Kind of wild. Plants use a similar system of sinking starch granules so that roots know wear down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like gyrotech. Yeah, pretty much. Imagine if you saw a picture of a sphere, a clear sphere of water. And there was a little floating particle of something. And whenever you turn that sphere of water, that particle floats down to the bottom. Like sinks, I should say. Not floats. It sinks down to the bottom slowly. So if you see a picture of it and you saw the particle on the left side of it, you'd be like, oh, this must be turned. Left is down, actually. Right? Like you would just be able to tell. That's what you got going on in your ear. Basically. There's some fluid with a thing in it, and when it sinks down and touches the side of some tissue, your body's like, oh, that's down. So if you have like an ear infection, you got a bunch of swelling in your ear, or you have like a problem with that, that's why you get like headaches, dizziness, some balance issues and stuff sometimes. Yeah, the weird ear hair sensors. There are multiple ways your body does it, but that's like the main one. But yeah, it's interesting. Very interesting. You've never felt vertigo, nor do you get motion sickness. Yeah, I didn't start having this problem until like I was like a teenager or so. And motion sickness I never really got from mini games at all. It was really just Turok 2 that one time, and if I go into VR. VR gives me a lot of motion sickness. Other than that, I don't get seasick. I don't get sick on planes or anything. But I do get sick in cars. And I don't know why it's so specific. I only get sick in cars if I'm in the back seat, not the front. like I have certain scenarios where I will just get motion sick, and it's just backseat of cars. That's it. No other vehicles. Nothing. I don't get it. I don't get why it's so specific for me. You can't even watch VR games for too long? Yeah, it sucks because I was like, ooh, it'd be so fun to do a lot in VR chat. So I got a VR headset and started like trying to get used to it. You can sort of train yourself to get more used to it. I got marginally better. I went from getting sick in 20 minutes to getting sick in like 40 minutes instead. 35. You know, it was like a difference, but I kind of peaked right there. so I really can't do much with VR. It sucks. So whenever I do VR collabs or VR chat collabs, I love them, but I just go into desktop mode so I don't get sick. Only the original Doom does it for you? Yeah, kind of for me nowadays, yeah. Yep. A lot of your female friends get motion sick in cars except if they're driving. Yeah, I'm usually the friend that chooses to drive for that reason. Barrel rolls in VR still get you. Ugh. I just can't walk around. Like, if I just turn my head a little bit, I start to feel it. I'm like, ooh. I'm so, like, instantly unsettled by VR. Not that I want to be, you know? It just happens. It just happens, man. And then I know people that practically live in VR. They spend hours on VR chat every day. And I'm like, man, how? I can't do any of that, dog. Any of that fucks me up. Used to be you. I mean, it's cool to be able to do that. Wish I could. But man, I'll throw up on the carpet. I'll throw up on the carpet. You were playing Descent, managed to give people, someone watching the monitor over your shoulder motion sickness. Yeah. It's tough. FPS and VR make you sick. A lot of shooters don't make me sick. It depends. It really depends. I think something about, like, concentrating on the reticle gets you sick. I don't know. I played a lot of Titanfall and a lot of Apex, and I felt totally fine. Fortnite, feel totally fine. COD, feel totally fine. The Witness, throwing up on the carpet. Couldn't tell you why, man. Play The Witness, drag that line to the side, and I'm like, ooh. Oh, you got it from Guitar Hero back in the day. I never got that. Basically, you need to have a steady 90 FPS to help with the motion sickness of VR. I read that too, and I was like, could I do that while streaming? Would I be able to, like, handle that with this PC? Probably not. Probably not. Portal and Portal 2 get you? Really? I think I was fine in Portal 2. I think sometimes when you're moving through certain puzzles, you do get a little motion sick just because of, like, the way the movement feels, the gravity changes, but not just standing there, for me at least. Interesting. Very interesting. You get it from Minecraft? Really? Pirate Software had to pause multiple times because of the motion sickness. Did he really? I saw that he was playing it a while back. I didn't actually watch the playthrough. Wow. Minecraft is an interesting one. Yeah. I don't think I've ever felt that way with Minecraft. I do think maybe when you're running around, it does the little FOV change, right? Where it kind of, like, zooms in a tiny bit, stretches things forward a little. I think that could do it. But that's it, really. Yeah, the FOV. Most games where you're feeling motion sick, you just change the FOV. Yeah. I think that's the way. And just be aware of what FOV feels really good to you in a lot of games, and try to change all games automatically to that the moment you open them. FOV 0. That's fair. That's fair. Maybe from view bobbing? I don't know. I know some of my friends have gotten really motion sick from Outer Wilds, actually, because Outer Wilds is a game that you play in space. And so there are a lot of mechanics where you're able to go around a planet using gravity. You can, go around it really fast in a cycle, and that kind of thing really gets people. I won't spoil anything. There is one area where you're inside something round, and when you look around, it's like spinning, and that shit fucks people up when they first go there. I know so many people that they go in there and they're like, ugh, and they're like dying. I felt bad. Girl DM really wanted to know. We were both watching someone's playthrough of it, and she wanted to know what the game was about so bad because she was like, I really want to play it, but I cannot play nor watch it because I will throw up. She was like, I literally cannot watch it. Just explain to me what's good about this game. I want to know, and I don't want to play it. And I was like, okay. So I gave her, like, a huge a huge like write up of what the game was about. And what I did was I was watching the same playthrough, so I told her what that person was doing and what they were finding in order. So I told her the story of the game as their playthrough was happening. And that way she could like listen to it and know what was going on. I thought that was really the only way I could help her like experience it, you know. Did y'all see the baby colossal squid footage? Like, is there new footage or what? Two weeks ago, colossal squid filmed by scientists for the first time in the ocean. Ooh, ooh. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. It was a foot long, 30-centimeter long, juvenile colossal squid found at a depth of 600 meters near the South Sandwich Islands. It's in the South Atlantic. One little baby. Let me find a little picture of him. Let me see. Ooh. He's got the cute little ear flaps. Not like a Dumbo squid, but you know. Ooh. There he is. There he is. What do you mean takoyaki? He's so see-through. Which I guess a lot of deep sea creatures are, but I think it's cool how his eyes are glowy. I wonder if that's a reflection, like if he's producing that light, or if that's a reflection from the cameras and things. It's cool. It's the first live one, I guess, right? Because it looks like they've been observing these for a long time, but they always find them dead every time. They're always dead. I don't think they've ever gotten live ones, correct? They become opaque when they get older. That's the case with a lot of creatures, right? Not just sea creatures, but a lot of things are like transparent. Dude, even human babies. Even human babies, like they kind of lack pigmentation. And I hate when people do it, but when someone's like dark skinned and they have a baby and it comes out like really light looking, people always make that joke and they're like, is that your baby? And I'm like, brother, we've been through this. Some people are joking, some people actually get concerned. And I'm like, nah, they're just like weirdly transparent, like a little deep sea fish when they're first born. Like, or like little tadpoles when they're first born are like see-through. You just see their brains and shit. Babies kind of be like that, you know? They're kind of like that. It's just normal for them. Standard fare, right? Happened to your parents, they thought you were switched. I don't think people are like taught that until they see a baby and the baby looks transparent as hell and a nurse has to tell them, no, that's what happens. They gain pigmentation as they grow up. Even if they're going to be pale, they gain some form of pigmentation. A lot of it is like subcutaneous fat, right? You got your skin. Under that, you have a tiny little subcutaneous fat layer. Then you got everything else, right? If you don't have that fat layer at all, you're like see-through. You just see all veins. You start to see like redness, you know, whatever. That's the deal with babies. They don't really like have that fat layer in all places. Not the subcutaneous fat layer, at least. So they just look like transparent and weird. New rap name? Yeah, that's me. Subcutaneous fat. Oh, yeah. You know, fun fact. A lot of women will say that on average, a lot of like Asian women seem to have less hyperpigmentation in their skin. Like they have more evenness in skin tone on their faces. Because you don't see as much of like veininess, things like that, right? And they'll always be like, oh, it's because they have such good skin. It's actually because if you're genetically Asian, you have a higher likelihood of having more subcutaneous fat, like just a little bit of a thicker layer right under the skin, which means that there's a layer of something pigmented that covers up the ability to see veins and things that would add other bits of pigmentation and all that. Something I learned a while back. I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. So it's not like better or worse skin. It just means like a bit more of that present, so the pigmentation is more even when someone just looks at the skin on your face, right? It's cool. They have less muscle in the face. I heard something like that. I never looked that one up. Let me see. It's a weird Google search. Asian genetics, less facial muscle. Let me see. It's not that they have less overall. On average, things like corrugators are a bit smaller, but things like masseters could be more developed. Yeah, that just sounds similar to like a lot of other things. Interesting. I always find stuff like that cool, man. Sakura. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's true. I am live on Twitch right now. I am. So the sweat smells less with a lot of them? Yeah, there's something about like presence of certain types of bacteria and how much of them live on the skin on average, and then how that translates into smells when you sweat or something. I don't remember how that works. But there's some people out there that are like scentless. No BO. They could sweat a fuck ton and they smell like nothing, and that's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Catch me like acetoning my armpits every day to... I have to destroy all the flora and fauna. Don't do that, for the record. Don't do that. Jealous as fuck. Yeah, and then there are some people on the opposite side of the spectrum where they get out of the shower and within 2 seconds they have like a musk that just starts to exist. That's crazy. You know someone who dated a scentless person and eventually weirded them out? Really? I think that'd be nice. Well, yeah, no, I think that would be cool. I think it'd be cool. I have to be pure. Me killing all of the mites on my skin because I am the only one who can live in this castle. My body, my palace, I must kill all the mites in my eyebrow and eyelash hairs. It's the only way. It's the only way. I must. I just think, yeah, they're freeloading, exactly. You know, and I'm not trying to feed any other extra mouths. Okay, so, no. No. That's why anything that is not me or my cats that enters through my doorway dies. None shall pass. Including mites. All of them. All of them. Gonna wipe out your gut flora to regain control. Ugh, have you seen people that get transplants to like regain their flora? Because your gut flora can get pretty wiped out from certain treatments and stuff. Dude. Dude. Imagine being a poop donor. They take the doo-doo pills. I hate that. They take the doo-doo pills. No, it's true that you can do transplants, though. If your gut flora are fucked up. Which they can be for certain treatments. Even things like chemo. Doing chemo for cancer can like fuck that up, depending on what method. And then you're like, man, I gotta get my poop back. My gut flora's all messed up. And they'll be like, well, you could just take someone else's gut flora and put it in there. And sometimes it just happens. And then you could be like, yeah, I saved this guy with my poop. Poop donor, poop donor. I'm gonna get that on my ID. Not organ donor, poop donor. Very willing. I got here just in time for shit mice. Yeah, you just arrived at the perfect moment. The perfect moment. Caca switcher. Speaking of things they don't tell you until you have a baby. about the transference of gut flora.
No.
What do you mean latch on, IBS? Don't say latch. No, I hate that. Nobody in chat's latching, okay? No latching. That's whatever type of latching you're trying to do, it's not allowed. It's not allowed. Said, not joking. Your mom, when she was going through her chemo, had to get a fecal transplant. Or almost had to. Her response, and this is a quote, she said, I've spent my whole life giving everyone else shit. I'm not doing that, even if it's life or death. Yeah. I mean, so TLDR, if anyone didn't know, I did have cancer and I'm a cancer survivor. Wahoo, right? So when I was talking to them about potential follow-up treatment and what might have to happen, blah, 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 we actually did talk about it. I said to my doctor, and I quote, do I have to get a poop donation at any point? Just curious. So we discussed every little thing that could come about from it, every side effect, like just so I understood all of it, you know? And that was one of the things they went over. They're like, it doesn't happen to everyone. Depends on how long you're doing this and what's needed. Like, do we target things with radiation mostly? Do we go full like chemo? You know, blah blah blah. They were just talking about everything, and they were like, there is that chance that you do need a transplant poop donation because your gut flora can get like truly killed off, wiped out. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. I was just like, oh my god, no. No. But it was a whole thing. It was a whole thing that we went over. I got to sit in a doctor's office and get to hear about fecal transplants. So cool. So cool. Your mom had it a long time ago. She nearly had to get a poop transplant. Yeah, it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Can they not just take some of your own guts and just repopulate them later? Yeah, but when you're getting treated for something like cancer, they typically don't want to take anything out from you and put it back in. And also that's a weird process to like have to preserve it, save it. But yeah, they're not gonna do that. For that reason. Repopulate. They gotta repopulate your fucking your butt, man. They gotta. What's the process to become a poop donor? Why, you interested? Any knowers in chat? Anyone know how you become a poop donor? Imagine having to go to your family and be like, all right, guys, I need a donor. And they're like, uh-oh, you can't have my kitty. And you're like, nuh-uh. I need your poop. I need it. Nuh-uh. Looked into it. It's super rigorous. Is it that bad? Do they have to like grab it from like up in the small intestine or some shit? Like chyme, not even like poop. I wonder. It's probably a lot. It's probably a lot to do it. So we just shouldn't have cup. No. I think it's like they squeeze you like toothpaste. Let me see. We didn't delve too deep into the deep minds of how this works for me because I was just informed of it and I thankfully didn't have to do it. It's, okay, they say it's collected from a donor. They mix it with saline, strain to remove any particles. Then that suspension is delivered either directly, physically, like colonoscopy kind of thing, or they make a pill form of it. And you take the poo pills. The poo pills were real. Containing lyophilized bacteria. I hate this, man. I hate that. They're huge too. What? Were you looking at them? Were you looking them up? Oh my god, they are. Oh, they're like fiber pills. No, they're bigger. Oh my god, they're huge. Oh. Oh. It's just it's a little plastic capsule where, you know, you can like see, it's like clear, you can see into it. Just a little brown capsule. It's fucked up. Why is everyone saying poop? I just got here. We were discussing fecal transplants. I was curious how they worked. Do you take the pills normally? Yeah. No, they're not suppositories. No, you take them with water. You take them with water. And they go through your system, and then they dissolve as they go through your system. That's, it might be nicer just, like, go the physical route. I don't know. with the little camera, and they just disperse it for you so you don't have to do that. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I'm good. I'm glad I didn't have to do that. I am really glad I didn't need that type of transplant, man. That's... Ugh. Could you imagine? No thanks. No thanks. I am okay. Huh. Stick an airbrush up there and let it rip. Y'all talk about poop a lot here? I'd say it's more like... Not a lot. But when it's brought up, everyone sort of like comes alive. I notice a difference in demeanor with many of the regular chatters. That poop gets mentioned, and suddenly they're like sitting up straight, wearing a 3-piece suit in their office, both hands on the keyboard, diligently typing, fingers on the home row. Okay, and then they're like, yes, I am present. I am present for this chat at this moment in time. and they start saying shit. They start typing. Yeah, it brings us all together, man. It does. It does. It's crazy. It's crazy. He said the stream went to primary screen as soon as the topic came up. I don't know, man. I don't know. Every time we mention poop. Always happens. Oh, this is such a nice, lovely chat message. You said, wanna talk about hemorrhoids? ? Hey, you could pause right there. I'm sure chatters do. But it continues. I got those, but I have a bleeding disorder, so I could technically wear pads as a guy. That's nice. Yeah, they're unisex, okay? They're unisex, man. You'll go to the store and they'll be like, buying those for your wife, and you'll be like, nah, that's all me. That's all me. They'll be like, he's so brave buying those for his girlfriend, and you're like, nah. We're gonna have a crazy night. We're gonna have an insane night. He said, I just went to the doctor and I always apologize for being icky. Meanwhile, people are having to swap shit apparently. Yeah, don't ever feel bad about anything you gotta do with the doctor. I'm certain. I am certain they've seen worse. Okay? There is nothing you could do or say. Me having my issue, I gotta say, I am like so unembarrassed to go through anything medical ever. Because I had an abdominal mass, and I can't begin to tell you, we had to do so much weird testing, man. I am just unafraid. So cool with my doctor. We're real close. She and I, we're real close now. And she would be like doing various bits of testing, and I'd be like making jokes at her. You know, at some point you're like, fuck it, man. It's medical. It is what it is. It is what it is, dog. Yeah, she and I know each other so well, dude. So well. No need to appear perfect in front of the person prescribing you poop pills. Yeah, you know, just be candid with them. Don't be embarrassed. Some people are embarrassed to go to the doctor, and they're embarrassed to like tell them about problems they have. They're like pooping really weird, and they're like, that's uncouth. I don't want to tell my doctor. So they don't tell them about a major symptom they're having. Brother, just say it. They've seen worse. Always. They've always seen worse. You gotta. You just gotta. Ooh, you just had a spooky lump in your leg checked out. It's harmless, you're fine. Had me in mind, knew you had to get it checked out. Yeah. I have I have a little scary lump that we always monitor. I'm gonna get it checked again this summer. Woo! I've got a lymph node in my neck. That's a bit too large. And so far it's been fine. But I always check on it. I always make sure we like re-measure it, you know? Because it's to the point where like if I like turn a certain way, like I could see it a little. I could see it. That's how large it is. So if I'm facing forward like normally, nothing. But if I turn, now lymph nodes are tiny. You should not be able to see them. This thing is huge. So yeah. The cute nurse that works in endoscopies works with poop. She wants to hear about your poop. I wouldn't say wants to hear. The lymph flare. I mean, if it is a problem and it has to be removed, getting a little lymph node in your neck chopped out of you is a lot easier than anything else I did. So I'm chilling. Things like that are also typically, a lot of them are above the muscle layer. So like that's much easier. When I had my procedure done, we had to go through abdominal muscle, and I had to have 5 incisions going through muscle layer. It is just like, you know, it's that's the stuff that's hard to recover from. But when it's above the muscle layer, it's fucking nothing. It's like getting a really bad scratch, you know. Now on the neck could be a bit annoying, but still. But I'm not saying I'm not concerned about it, but I'm not as concerned of like what I'd have to go through if I had to get that removed. It's whatever. Oof, you had a lump in your throat a while back. They ended up cutting out half your thyroid gland. Yeah. That's why when you go to the doctor, they feel your neck. They have you pick your chin up or just like look straight at them, and they just start like sensually rubbing your neck. Like they go like behind the ear and downward. It's because they're feeling for lymph nodes, and they're feeling for like, you know, anything lumpy, anything not feeling right. But a lot of the time, it just feels like they're like weirdly touching your neck. You know? Yeah, they're trying to find protrusions, exactly. I mean, mine, when I first showed my doctor that I noticed it was a bit large, it was an old doctor of mine that first noticed it from feeling. Couldn't really see it yet. And I showed the other one, and I was like, hey, I have this lump that I want to monitor, by the way, when I switched over to this doctor. And she was like, okay. I was like, check this out. She was like, let me feel for it. And I was like, oh, no, you'll see it. And I turned, and she went, oh! And she was like, I'm glad you noticed this, but that's noticeable. I was like, yeah. Now, it's not even like, I think the average person wouldn't even notice it, but a doctor would like see the location and be like, oh, that's a lymph node, you know? It was just funny. She went, oh. It was funny as hell. Funny as hell, man. Years ago, the first time you got your moles mapped, you were very embarrassed. Now your pants are the first part that comes out. You got your moles mapped? That's a good idea, honestly. I think everyone should do that a little earlier than they usually tell you should. I think everyone should just do that, period. Like if you have moles and things on your body, you have like, you know, stuff like that. Just get your skin like mapped out, dude, because the most common thing is like basal cells and shit. And it's good to know ahead of time, man. It really is. Especially if you're a dude and you're balding. Or you're a woman and you're balding. Anyone who's balding a little, you get a lot of sun on your scalp. You keep fucking track of that, man. You're really at risk. You're susceptible. And start putting sunscreen on your damn head. Start doing it. You got the ginger raffle, gave you moles. Yeah, yeah. You're gonna be just more susceptible. That's why you're probably one of the people who has to get it checked a lot as you get older. You just had surgery last week because the cancer is small. It's really common, super common. And at least it's a type of cancer that's like on the surface. They can cut that shit off. They usually don't have to do anything other than maybe some radiation. Um, Pretty simple fix so long as you find it early. And because it's visible, you should be able to find it early. But if you don't try, you're not gonna find it early. If you don't pay attention, it's not gonna happen. So you just gotta be careful with it. Every time you go to the barber, they alert you of moles in your hair that you've had for almost your whole life. Yeah. Yeah. Because not everyone has them, like under the hair like that. And when you do, yeah, they could have been there your whole life and that's fine. But there's some people that get them because they're an issue. So, yeah, yeah. Should have been going years ago. Yeah, people don't do things early enough. I didn't think they would just slice them all off immediately when you're there. Yeah, if it's surface level removable, they either slice it off or they do this like freezing thing for some. If it's like raised, sometimes they freeze it and they like basically they like ultra freeze it and it just falls off. And they just pop that shit off instantly. If they don't have a reason to believe they have to like go super deep, they literally just cut it. It's crazy. Little numbing, then razor, bam. Mm-hmm. I know some people that have just gotten theirs on their face removed just cause they were like, let me just do this now before it becomes an issue. And you can just go into an office and right on the spot, they'll just pop them off of you, man. That's a little scary. Oh, your dad once had a mole grow and bleed. Took him ages to tell anyone or go out to the doctor. Got so angry at him. Yeah, right? Like, people don't go. I feel like people don't go to the doctor until they're, like, actually dying. Until they're inconvenienced by it. Like, me with my stuff, I had pointed out symptoms to medical personnel, and they checked in on things, and they're like, oh, it's just this. Oh, it's just that. But, like, the moment I noticed something was weird, I was telling them about it. Because I was taught to do that. But I know family members that have had major issues because they just didn't say anything. You just didn't say anything. Some of your moles have disappeared on their own throughout the years and you don't know what that means. Your body does reabsorb melanin. You get tan and then your tan kind of goes away if you don't stay tan. Sometimes it does that with hyperpigmentation too. So if you have like a dark spot, sometimes your body, if it kind of grows more blood vessels in that area, like capillaries appear in that area, because you're always just developing those, sometimes it will just break down that stuff. Sometimes it won't. It just happens. But pigmentation does just eventually degrade and get broken down and reabsorbed. Haven't been to the doctor except the emergency room since pre-COVID. Please go. Please go. And I know times is hard sometimes. I know money, blah, blah, blah. Anything, here's the test. Anytime you want to buy anything material for yourself, sit there and say, when was the last time I went to the doctor? Put that money that you would spend on that aside and make that your doctor fund. Just go. You guaranteed you're so much better off for it. So much better off for it. You gotta. Yeah, it'll cost a lot more later. It's true. If you have to get one of those issues fixed and it's like a big problem, terrible. Terrible. So much money. So, just don't. You have to consider a lot of people don't have insurance. I'm going to tell you something right now. Right now. This is dependent on where you are, who you are, what you have to get done. Going to your checkups and paying out of pocket for them versus paying for insurance and then just paying the copay oftentimes is cheaper for you over the course of a year. Yes, you walk in the doctor's office and you only paid $20 copay to go see them that time, but what do you pay monthly? What do you pay monthly to be going there? It depends if you have your own insurance plan, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I know a lot of people are on like government programs, etc. too. We're not going to get political about it, but you know, if you're one of those people who your options are purchase health insurance or just like pay out of pocket for things, there are a lot of times you're better off just going and paying for it financially. Now it's different if you have to do a lot of follow-up care, a lot of procedure, and you know, I've dealt with a lot of that. There was a lot of stuff that I had to pay for that wasn't covered. Like I had insurance, but I wasn't covered. So before I was like diagnosed, I had to pay for so many things out of pocket, and my medical expenses were so high. But all the early stuff, the discovery phase, checking shit out, was not that expensive. It wasn't until I had to like out of pocket pay for like my MRI and like things like that and beyond, it started to get real fucky. It was my lab blood work paying for that out of pocket that really fucked me up for all the early expenses. But things up until that point weren't actually that bad. And if I only needed those and we found out that nothing was wrong, we didn't have to discover further, and I didn't pay for insurance, it would have been cheaper for me to just pay out of pocket for that than it would have been for me to just get those things covered by insurance that I paid for. It was kind of fucked up. It was kind of fucked up. Insurance will bend over backwards to not pay until it's confirmed cancer. There were so many things that I was paying for out of pocket, and it wasn't until we did my surgery and checked through all my stuff and confirmed through slides and looking at cells under a microscope, yes, this is cancer. It wasn't until then that I could then go to them and have some stuff be things that they would partially cover. And they only wanted to partially cover some shit too. And I was like, I have cancer. Like, I was like, what? What? It was crazy. Insane. They just didn't want to cover shit. So I ended up having, and I even had a pretty good plan. I still had to pay for so much out of pocket. So much. That shit wiped me out, man. They want to charge you $200 for a COVID test when you have flu symptoms. Yeah, it's stupid. It's so stupid. So dumb. The cost is too damn high. You have to pay your flatmates cancer treatments out of pocket too, and they're so expensive, right? The cost per I don't know if they're doing syringe or like if they're doing like oral chemo or what, but the cost per syringe was so high, insane, crazy. I was even looking into like foundations that help you pay for it, and like those were more they were more giving than your own insurance company. She had a disc put in her pelvis bone. She has a chemo pump in her abdomen. Oh, she has a port. Yeah. That's more typical. We looked into that for me. We weren't sure what kind of follow-up care I would need, and we explored getting a port and everything, and I was like, it's crazy. Oh, you had a growth on your dad. It was dangerous to life. They removed it, tried to diagnose it, failed to identify it. Insurance didn't cover it and gave him a house-sized bill. Even though it was still a danger to his life? Yeah, it's so frustrating. They will do anything they can to tell you, like, no, you're going to be fine. Even for me, when the doctors were straight up like, you don't have much time left. Like they were like, if this is what we think it is, you're cooked, brother. Even when I had that, they were still like, you'll be fine. We're not paying for this. I was paying for all my own shit. I was like, what? Well, you're not dead yet, so, you know. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. We just used it out. Our hospital wait times long in the US. The time I dropped a steel girder on my leg tore my knee here in Canada, ended up waiting 23 hours in the emergency room. It depends on where you are. I had certain things that I had to wait forever for, and other things where they got me in immediately. I will say the insurance companies suck to work with, but the medical staff themselves wanted to help me as quickly as they could. They truly did. And when they found out that I wasn't waiting for an insurance company to not probably 10% chance to approve a thing, I was just like, hey, this thing I'm going to pay and talk to them later about it. The moment they found out that we didn't have to jump through the financial hoops with that, they were like, some things we're getting you in right now. Other things, I had to wait a really fucking long time. But they all tried for me. I gotta say that. The medical staff all really tried for me, which was good. So, they were nice. They were nice. Yeah, a friend of yours was supposed to start chemo yesterday. Couldn't because the insurance company hadn't approved it. Yeah, right? That's the thing, is they'll literally delay you starting on chemo, which is dire. You have to do it as early as possible. You have to do these things as early as you can, right? Time is of the essence. They will literally stall you out. Oh, can't approve this yet. We're just so backed up. But then you're sitting there and you're like, I need to start this because every day I don't do this is another day where these cells are multiplying and spreading. You know, like it's such a bad feeling. I cannot describe it. I cannot accurately describe how it feels to be in that scenario until you're in it. And like, I think you can all empathize just hearing about it, but it's so different actually like experiencing that. It's crazy. Even their liver, colon, and hip bone. Oh, that's so rough. Colon cancer's, whether it's starting from there as colon cancer or it ends up spreading, it's so rough. Liver is tough because it can, pancreatic cancer is tough for this too. It can like block, a mass can block your ducts between your liver and everything else. And you can just like have buildup and die from that buildup not being pulled out of your bloodstream. Things like bilirubin and things like that will build up. Very tough. Like, time is literally of the essence on stuff like that, you know? Tube fed under tube has number of types of infusions over lifetime. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, the pumps are honestly a really nice thing to have if you need that kind of treatment. Yeah. We have time to stall, you don't. I was arguing with insurance companies so much about how, like, no, my doctors have actually told me, like, this is a huge threat to my life and they don't think I am likely to live beyond a certain amount of time. And I was saying that, I was like, they said, and doctor's note written and signed saying that to like hand to the insurance company, and they were looking at it and they're like, yeah, but we don't have test slides that say what these cells are. And I had a unique scenario where we could not biopsy what I had because I had a mass that was encased in a cyst, which was filled with liquid, right? And this mass. And I was like, yeah, we can't biopsy this because if we do, we basically poke a hole in a balloon filled with liquid, and that liquid could have free-floating cancer cells in it. If we poke that and then expose my entire abdominal cavity to it, great, you just spread that to every organ I have. So no, we can't biopsy this. We can't test it until after it's taken out in a surgery where it doesn't rupture it, you know, like that, we have to be careful. And they were like, okay, well, until you do that, we're not paying for a damn thing. And I was like, brother, I was like, they're telling me like with like 95% certainty, 98% I think was even the figure they gave me, 98% certainty that this is some form of cancer when they're looking at the MRI and the makeup of this mass. There's no way we can't say, let's cover something. It's probably a threat. And even if it was benign, it was still a threat to my life because of the size of it, the location, what it was attached to, what it was doing to me physically. It was even affecting my heart because the mass was so huge that it was like pushing up on my diaphragm, pushing up on my lungs, pushing on my heart, right? Like it was all kind of this domino effect. And I was like, hey, I need to get this taken out quickly, but, you know, financially it's a lot, paying out of pocket for a crazy specific surgery too. And no, they were like, you have to pay for this. I had to get that bill uninsured. I had to get that bill and pay for it somehow. I was like, what? That's what they were telling me. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me? What did they want you to do? They just threw their hands up in the air and they were like, until we see slides saying that they're cancer cells. And I was like, but it's a threat to my life, which was part of the caveat. They didn't care. They just didn't care. It was crazy. Absolutely crazy. You said that's exactly how your dad went. Liver tumors pinched off his bile duct. Yeah, right? And then the bilirubin builds up. They get yellow, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Been there, done that. I know. I wish you could tell us what company is this, because I cannot deal with something like that. Any insurance company, like all of them, would do this. To be honest. Ugh. It was crazy. It was crazy. You know a lot about medicine. I know a lot about what it's like to go through and have these things done, because again, I literally like had cancer and was told I was probably not going to make it, and then was trying to get things covered so I could actually get these procedures done, because I was not about to pay. I cannot tell you, like some of the surgical stuff was like 6 figures. I was like, you know, like I can't just like pull out a checkbook and be like, okay, you know. And yeah, they just were like, we're just not gonna. I was like, could you even cover a part for now? What if we find out it's not, and then we go back on? Like, what do we, you know? They wouldn't do it. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Oh, your dad went through chemo, but they ignored a mass in his spine he complained about constantly. Yeah. The best thing you can do is, this really depends on the area you live in, but if you live in a city, or you can stay in a city for some time, or near one, at least close enough that you can take trains in to get to really good city hospitals, if you can go to a place where you can find a specialist in the type of thing that you have, and they're interested in it, this is their thing, you can find doctors that really will really try for you. But there are really good people out there, but you have to go to them a lot of time, which just isn't in the cards for some people. They have to just go to their local hospital all the time. Curious what your situation would have been if you didn't have insurance during that whole thing? I mean, the thing is, I didn't during a portion of it, and then I was insured, and then even though I was insured at one point in time, then they were like refusing to do stuff. It was fucked. It was fucked. TLDR, just go to the doctor, get things checked out early, make sure that you are doing everything you can to keep costs down by catching stuff early and being thorough and all that. Because if you wait, not only will your condition get worse, then you have to deal with all these companies. Okay? And you're going to think that they're going to be there to help you. They're not there to help you. They're there to make money. You know, that's what they want. That's all they care about. They don't care about you. Even if you have a doctor that really cares about you and really wants to help you, that insurance company's not, you know, having the same interest. They will say a lot of medical staff are very nice, and you can talk to them about how you can't pay for this. I know if you're like really low income, there are hospitals and programs and things, there are offices. You can just go to the person that takes your money and discuss with them how you can't pay for this. But if they know you need it, they will try to work something out with you. And sometimes they're a lot more forgiving than someone else. You know, they might just set up a little plan with you or something. So it's always worth just trying to discuss. You know, but man, it's tough. I will say overall, my having cancer and having to deal with all of that, overall 1 out of 10 experience. Don't really recommend it. Not really a fan. Really not a fan. If you could avoid it, I would say you probably should. Anyway, don't smoke. Drink water. What else? Don't eat the charred meat or whatever the fuck they tell you. Don't eat plastic, even though you kind of have to. Get your skin checked out. What else? Go to your doctor often. Wear sunscreen. Wear hats and protective clothing. Don't microwave? Okay, all right, buddy. Let's tinfoil hat off right now. Take that one off for your head, okay? Not on that one. Not on that one. Brush your teeth. Don't do anything, basically. Yeah, just lie down and just eat food. No, get some activity. A little daily activity actually keeps it at bay. If you're bougie, perhaps a Peloton, hashtag not sponsored. Okay. Ooh, if you have memory glands, check them. Yes. Yes. Don't be afraid of the doctor's prostate exams. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I know it's weird. It's gotta happen. I trust you. He doesn't want to do it either. Okay? All right. Don't ignore the weird bump that's been chilling for years. Yeah, don't. And even with me, I didn't ignore my stuff. I still was like going to a doctor normally and telling them like, hey, I have this issue. And they were like, oh, it's nothing. It's not nothing. Okay? It's not nothing. If something's weird and you got a feeling, go get a second opinion. Go see one person. And then however many months later, go see someone else. Okay? Be like, hey, can you, this person told me this and I don't believe it. Can you tell me? Right? Right? Yeah, insist on tests if you're in a position to. Yeah, I mean, finances always make it tough, right? They always do. But insist just in case. Just in case. Right? If you have an issue and they're like, well, we could do a scan, but I don't know. If you're in a position where you can get that scan, you can afford to do that, do it every time. Every time. Okay? No one said the shit might need to be smelly. Get some cheeky up in there. Ooh, don't put the soap up your ass. Ooh, your health teacher used to be a forensic scientist, and when we were learning about cancer, she showed us autopsy photos. Scared little me. Oh yeah, you see, I'm not gonna show them on stream because they're like carnage, you know. But let me look at them. Yeah, the pictures of like what those look like can be really horrific. Really, really horrific. Obviously don't go look at that if you're like not okay with even seeing a normal surgical video, you know, but like, yeah, they get crazy, man. They get crazy. I really wanted to keep the mass that they removed from me, my tumor. I wanted to keep it, but the way we took it out, the way we had to test it afterward, they basically had to cube that bitch and test every little, you know, square millimeter of it, so I didn't get to keep it. It wasn't staying whole, you know? So, shame. Shame, but I really wanted to, if I could have. Can you show us your full avatar? Zoom out! Meow. There you go. Your mom had a gallstone the size of a golf ball? Oh my god. I assume they had to surgically remove that, right? Like... Jesus, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that must have been so painful. Her gallbladder's necrotic. Yeah. Oh, that must have hurt. How did cubing it work anyway? I thought that thing was mostly fluid. No. It was 3 parts. There was a cyst, right? Which is like, imagine a balloon, like a sack, a water balloon. There was a cyst and it had a lot of liquid in it. But floating around in that liquid was a really large physical mass of tissue as well. So they had to test the liquid and they had to test the physical mass. The ball. Yes, the ball. Yeah, like a snow globe. Exactly. It was like a snow globe. It's true, when they did my, I think I told this story already, but when they did my ultrasound, that was the first thing we did to see, like, let's just look in there real quick and see what we can find. And the lady puts the wand on my stomach with the cold jelly, and she like shakes it around a little. She was like, look at the liquid. And I looked, and she would like shake her hand a little bit to like kick up everything, you know, like move the liquid around. And you would see these like little shreds. It looked like little shreds of fabric, like tiny microscopic shreds of fabric, like floating around in it. So it was like very silty. And that was when she went, "You're full of blood," because she was telling me that that was coagulated blood and some other types of cells probably. And I was like, "Oh. Cool. Cool, man. That's great." Yeah, little tiny clots and things, yeah. But that was when we were very concerned. We were concerned to begin with, but that was when we were ultra concerned when she was like, "You're filled with blood." You know, I was like, "Oh, great. Wonderful." But yeah, she shook it around. She like shook it so I could see it. It was kind of gross. They warm the jelly now. Yeah, not that much for me. Not really. Not really. It was kind of just a cursed Wellington. How long ago was this? I want to say somewhere around like 2-3 years ago now or something. I don't remember exactly. I'd have to count, and I don't feel like counting. I also don't remember exactly when we were like doing these tests versus when I got the procedure. I don't remember how long it was. I'd have to look back. They warmed the jelly. I got scammed. Yeah, they didn't for me. What kind of bougie place are you going to that they're like warming the jelly before they put it on your front to like go and like stick the wand on your body and, you know, rub it around? For me, that shit was cold. Lady reached her hand into the tub, glove on obviously, reached her hand into the tub of jelly and just went plap, just like slapped that shit right on. And I was like cold as hell. Starts rubbing it around. She was like, "Sorry, it's gonna be a little cold." That shit was ice. I was like, "Oh, yeah, it's a little cold." He said, "I got a warm jelly guy." Yeah, oh, they have jelly warmers now. They didn't for me. It's cold as hell. You do cancer research? You work on mouse models, all the little... Yeah, you said not a pretty thing to work with? No. The plap it made when it touched me was ungodly. Yeah, when they slap the jelly, like it falls off their hand and goes on you and plops. It's just nasty. Nasty as hell, man. I will say it was nice in that room though. They dimmed the lights. It was very like the mood lighting was beautiful. You got an ultrasound for your disc prolapses. Ooh. Hope that's better. Not a fun thing to have. Not at all. Slap it on you like a lunch lady? Yeah, when she's like ladling the like mystery meat stew, whatever the hell it is, onto your plate, and she just slap. That's how it felt. Oh, what does the jelly do? Is it a conductor? I think so. I believe it's like it helps send the waves through properly. Because if you just put the wand for the sound waves to go straight onto your skin, there are like little gaps and things that exist. So I believe it conducts and helps it like pass through nicely. So you actually get a proper reading. Like thermal paste. That's kind of a good way to put it, yeah. Yeah. It's just because they like the sound. They're just freaks and they just really like putting the gel, the belly gel on you. They just like to, you know. Sonographic gel facilitates the transmission of sound waves from the ultrasound transducer to the body, ensuring clear images by eliminating air gaps between the probe and the skin. Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you just put it straight in your skin, like, it doesn't match up nicely. Exactly. I just... You know, I didn't mind getting the ultrasound. It was just really scary that, like, I had already been warned by my medical staff, my doctor, and people that I'd seen. Like, you have, like, a water balloon in you, and we don't know what's in it, and it's at kind of high tension, so be careful. There's a chance it could rupture if you, like, press on it too hard, if you fall, you know. They were just like, just be gentle with it. And then the lady like slaps the jelly on my stomach and starts like pushing the wand into it to do the ultrasound. And she was pushing so hard, and she was like moving it around, and I was like, girl, I can't, they said not to. She was like, don't worry. And I was like, ugh. Yeah, they push so hard, and I know they have to do it to get the reading, but like that was in my mind the whole time while she's like pushing on it. It was my doctors being like, you have to be so gentle with this, it could rupture. And I was like, ugh. Yeah, they almost bruised me. I was like, girl, I'm ooh. But they had to be able to see it. There were certain angles though that she would not really push on hard. I think she could tell, and there were certain spots where she just would not. But man, ugh. I don't know. She had to get like all angles too, so she had to like, as best she could, try to get like around the side, under it in a way. So at points she like pushed in like all the way on my side and pushed like upward into it, sort of. It was ugh. It was bad, man. It was bad. I did not like it. Something went wrong, at least you were in hospital? Yeah, I guess so. And I don't think it would have helped me enough, man. What the fuck? Root beer jello. Thank you for the 10,000 bits. Jesus Christ. Thank you. That's absolutely crazy. Holy. Please spend responsibly. I thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This thing was pressing on your heart. Can't imagine the sensation. Yeah, I mean, not directly. It was pushing up into my diaphragm, and then I had like when I would breathe, I would just move my rib cage out. Like I couldn't move my diaphragm down much at all. So like, you know, everything in the rib cage was kind of getting compressed. So it was a lot. Listen to you telling the story on YouTube. Never been so afraid and laughed so hard at the same time before. It's such a morbid story, but there were so many times where like in retrospect it's really funny. You know, at the time, like I was not laughing. I was, you know, but like looking back at it, yeah, I mean, what else can you do, right? What else can you do, man? Oh my god, Dandra, thank you for the 20. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. That's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, I can't. I mean, how do you even... What do you even do looking back? It's just funny at this point. 3D model helps with gesturing the size, too. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, you had some endo on your cervix. They were like, you'll thank us for this later, which is true, but man, did it hurt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, when they do the internal ultrasound to look at it. Yeah, it's super rough, man. How do bits work? What do you do with them? So it's a way for you to just give something to a streamer without it being a sub. We get more value, like more dollar for each dollar you spend. We get more of that dollar out of bits. But you can also trigger certain things with them. So we have a bunch of special bit alerts. So you can actually scroll down. You could scroll down. One of the panels, you can click on it, and it has a list of them.
The Geegler.
Like that. Yeah, like that, like 111. So like a bunch of them trigger special things. So if you look through the secret menu, it's like the McDonald's secret menu. It's like the Geegler secret menu. You can use bits like that. And I could, if I wanted, I could make every single number do something different. 1 bit, 2 bits, 3 bits, 4 bits. I could make them all do something different. Oof. You said, after hearing you talk about this a couple months ago, literally set up an appointment to my gyno like 2 weeks later for yearly checkup to make sure I was all good. Yeah. I really, you know, they start telling women like, oh, start getting checked when you're like 30. Start getting checked when you're like 30, maybe like 25 if you want to, and go every like 5 years and then start doing every 3. No, go when you're fucking like straight out of college, dude. For just 1. And go every 3 years. Don't do the 5-year bullshit. And if anything is wrong, you go check it instantly. Because a lot of stuff with women's health, a lot of stuff that's in your, if you have, you know, female organs, it's so hard to detect that stuff. Like, you don't see, there's so many other things that could be going on with it, and hormonal things that can give you weird symptoms, that it's so hard to detect all of this, that you've got to have someone literally just look. like you've got to have things checked to a certain degree. And you have to take samples of things and stuff. Like you have to do that, because you won't know otherwise. You just won't know. Yes, you get DTS for $1. It's $1. It's practically free. It's practically free. You can. Your brother started his rotations in OBGYN last week. Oh, bless his heart. Try to squeeze in for age again, parents' insurance. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do it. If you're gonna lose your parents' benefits at what, like 27, 26, what is it? Yeah. Get those weird extra checkups in now. Just do it, man. Me waving back. This is me waving back. 26. Yeah. Just do it. That's what I'm saying. Like, straight out of college. Go start getting that stuff checked. Just do, like, the doctor's world tour. Okay? You write down, like, everything that's worth it. A dermatologist, a this, a that. And you just hit the list before you lose your benefits. You go down the line. And you see one of each of those, and just be like, I'm losing my benefits in a year. I want everything checked now. I'm looking to establish my medical history, and you just do one of each. That's all you should do. Hey. That's all you should do. Yeah, especially the dentist. Oh, please. Please. Even just going for cleanings regularly. So important. They will do a lot of shit you think you're doing yourself that you're not doing yourself. But yeah, do the whole medical world tour, man, while you're still on benefits if you're younger. It is so worth it. And yeah, like someone brought up earlier, like, even if nothing's wrong with you, you can establish that you've gone to someone before and this is how everything looked. So if you go back and something is off, and they're like, oh, it doesn't seem that bad. You're like, okay, compare it to my old report. It has changed. This is why I want to look at it. And they might take it more seriously. Whereas if it's your first time being there, they're just going to be like, well, this might be normal for you. I don't know. Because you have no baseline. Like, they don't know. For me, there were some things where my levels looked normal. But if you checked my medical history, you could see that my levels were, for myself, actually very off. You know? Stuff like that's important. Malotendo, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you. You can just ask for your medical history. Oh, legally they have to give you everything. Any heart, medical lungs, professional in the US. Big.
Heart, lungs, nipples big.
Thank you for the bits. Get your heart and lungs and your nips checked. No, you can go to any medical professional in the US that you've seen, and you can request your medical history. Like, they have to keep all that. That's law. They have to do that. And if you request it, they have to provide it to you. So something you should do is, if you move and you're getting to be to, you know, with a new doctor or something, you should have all of your records transferred over. Don't just be like, oh, I'll just open a new set of whatever's with them. Get all that stuff. What was it? Nips off, ass on? No, it's a clip of Larry crashing out in GTA where he's in the cells, and the cop that arrested him has him in the cells, and he starts yelling at him. He's like, you something. He goes, your nipple's big. And he's just like crashing out on this cop. It's just a clip of him just fucking, he just hated that cop so much. He was like, you're fat and I don't like you. It was so fucking funny. Is him yelling Cornwood? No, I thought he was yelling at What's the name of his cop character? Rami's cop. Starts with a C. Whatever his name is. Conan. Yeah, he's Conan Clarkson. He was yelling Conan. Oh, it was so funny. So funny. Oh yeah, he said, your neck fat, your nipples big. He was just like... he was freaking the fuck out. And he was like... That's a clip from my stream where he and I, our characters, like, we did some crime and we both got arrested. Okay, so we're each thrown in a different cell. And I just hear him, like, through the wall, crashing out on this cop. He calls him diabetic motherfucker. Like, it was such... does anyone have that clip from his POV? What a funny day. If anyone finds the clip from his POV, put it in GTA clips. That's one of those moments, like, you could never watch anything from that server ever. You could have no idea what's going on. Doesn't matter. That clip is just standalone, like, sitcom moment. It was so fucking good. So fucking good. I was crying. It was so good that clip made into a VShojo clip recap. Me just laughing at my friend through the wall, yelling at a cop. Oh, yeah. It was a good time. It was a good time. Yeah, that was the day I sat in the cells for like 2 hours. Oh my god. Insane. Easy, your shoes small. Oh, we love Larry. We love Larry. I should make a character that's part of his family so I can just run around with him and rob people. We should do that one day. New GTA man is like soup. I went on an arc where I played a lot of that on stream for a while when they released the server. It was popping. Oh, here's the clip. I have it from my POV where we can hear him through the wall. Here. Want the audio? Here. So, hold on, I can show it. It says, "How you hear someone go, how you doing, Mr. Knox?" That's this guy playing a cop. It's like the cop that arrested him or something. He's got him in the cells. All right. So TLDR, we had just done crime. We're playing cops and robbers in GTA, right? We had just done crime. We got arrested. We got caught. Me and my friend Larry. Larry is in the cell to my left, okay? Crank it up? Yeah, I just did. Okay, so they walk over. If he's a little quiet, so I'm gonna be super loud, so I'm not gonna talk about it. Over it. He says, "Don't talk to him that way." Oh, it was diabolical. That was a legendary crash out from Larry. Just him in the cells. Oh my god, and I'm just sitting there hearing it through the wall. Oh man. I think to this day that's one of my most favorite clips from this stream ever. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh man. It was one of my most favorite moments. We're both arrested. He's just so pissed that he got caught. He's so pissed and he's just yelling at this dude. How did he come up with this in the spot? I don't know. I don't know. He's He's just one of the funniest people. Like people that improv like that, they can just come up with this shit so quickly. I don't even know how they do it sometimes, but God, he was so funny. He is so funny. Oh man. It's unreal how serious those RP cops can be. Yeah, sometimes. I say there's good mix. Reckon you'll do that again for 5.0? Play that much? I don't know. I hope they change things so you just don't have to play as much to like feel relevant. You know what I mean? I hope they change stuff with these types of RP servers. Like obviously the more time you spend on them, like the more you benefit. More time played, it's like an MMO, you can just grind more, right? But like I like the way things are now where I can be on a lot less and still like be parts of things. And I don't even play it on the main channel. I just like play some on my alt channel, play a lot off stream. But I could still get like a lot done. I can still do a lot of shit, you know? And I don't know. Like I would still like to do it, but my hope is honestly one of the biggest reasons I streamed like nothing but that on the days I played it was because when I close the launcher that runs GTA in a way where you can be on RP servers, you can be on modded servers, that launcher, when I would close it, when I was done playing, would stall my computer a little bit. And it would have like 10 to 20 seconds. 80% of the time this would happen. There would be a 10 to 20 second like stop where everything on my computer would freeze. Just an issue with that launcher. And then what it would do is it would like stall the stream and it would cut the VOD. It would cut the stream in half. Anyone who was lurking would get dumped out of the chat. It would straight up just like stop my stream and kill it for a bit. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to get on every day and play for some time and then close it, go to just chatting and play variety. That's how I wanted to do it. But it was not possible because it would just like cut things all the time. So I was like, okay, on the days I play this, I am just going to play this. On the days I'm not playing this, I am just going to do variety. And I had to like, or it would desync the audio, yeah, things like that. If it didn't completely cut the VOD, it would just fuck up the stream somehow. So, yeah, hopefully in the future that will not be the case. They're already trying to build on like new tech for it, basically. We'll see. And by that time, I might have dual PC actually properly set up. So if it still stalls like the gaming one, the streaming one should be okay. We'll see. But that's ideally like I'd love to play a lot. Yes, but not that much a lot. Like, because that was never really what I went for in the first place. And I just stuck with it because I was like, you know what, server's popping and I like it so much. I'm just going to do it. I've never let myself go on an arc where I just main one thing. I'm just going to let myself have this until I don't feel like it anymore on main channel. There you go. So I just did it. But, yeah, I wouldn't want it to be the only thing I do. I'd love to be able to, like, start there, swap to chatting, then play another game, you know? And just kind of, like, half and half it on those days instead. I still have full variety days like I did. I always did variety on like weekends. But yeah, flexibility, exactly. It was just really not sustainable, like for me to just let my VODs get cut in half all the time and like let everyone get dumped out. It just didn't work well. So I had to pick and choose. I really had to pick and choose. But hopefully we can. The schedule now is perfect. I think, yeah, I think my ideal would be if things were really going on, play for a couple hours and then swap to variety every time. Or just chatting, you know, whatever. That would be the ideal, is to be able to swap off of it. Because there'd be a lot of days where like the first 2-3 hours was really exciting stuff. And then after that, like I was kind of just hanging out. I was like, I could really just play anything right now, but I knew that swapping would just kill the stream, so I couldn't, you know? So, we'll see. That'd be nice. You want some peanuts action next time I log on? Yeah. I've been really looking for a day where I could play her, my cop character. For anyone who's like, what is that? We'll see. Anything ever happen with the stream PC? I talked about it earlier, but TLDR, I can't put a second PC in this room anymore. Or not anymore, like in this room in general, so it doesn't matter right now. What if you use one of those streamer backpacks as a second PC? Mike has a nice discounted one. Mike wants to get rid of his backpack so badly. He's so pissed about it. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, he hates it, man. He hates it. The dinner yesterday was one of the funniest things I've seen in all of 4.0. Oh my god. The dinner was so good. The dinner was incredible. The bus tour was good too. We're gonna cook up more shit. The backpack has been nothing but cursed and they want to charge more for it. That backpack has been so cursed. And then yeah, they jacked up the price on him. I don't know, man. I don't know. His POV was cinema. I gotta go watch it. TLDR, we're on an RP server. Everyone has their character that they regularly play. There's one group, Group A, and another group, Group B. Group B is really trying to get something from Group A, but they're worried about how the conversation would go. So what they want to do is they want to have a dinner where the two groups sit down at a table, and Group B tries to, like, have a nice cordial dinner, but, like, convince Group A to give them something, right? But they were nervous about how it would go, so they wanted to set up a rehearsal dinner. So they hired a bunch of people, myself being one of them, to play different characters from Group A. So we had to, like, put on outfits to look like them and sit down at the table and pretend to be them and answer like they would answer so that Group B could practice how they're going to convince them. But the cooked part of it was that Group A was also attending, and they were just like, they were watching it and they were like coaching the actors who were pretending to be them on how to be them better. So we were just... So they were hearing everything that Group B was gonna say to them, but it was just like such a stupid, like, sitcom-y. It was like Seinfeld. It was so dumb. So dumb. And like they picked people to play each character that were just like really weird choices. Who was playing Delver? The guy who plays Tyler Peters. Peters, the guy that Delver wants to kill, was playing Delver. He was the actor pretending to be Delver. Literally, the cop that Delver wants to kill was playing him. And then they picked Peach to play Alex. Alex is like a typical, like, goth girl, like nothing really matters, man, kind of character. And then they had Peach, who's like, hey guys, hee hee. They had her playing Alex. They just had, like, so stupid. Yeah, Caps put on an Xbox mic so he could pretend to be Jaeger, because Jaeger's voice always sounds a little Xbox mic-y. It was so funny. They had me playing Bjorn. Bjorn is like my character's son. He's a big guy. He goes like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, I just want snacks. They had me playing him. Oh, it was so funny. And then they had fucking, what's his name? Playing, they had Bobby playing Glorion, and he was so good. He was so good. And we've been watching, okay, so we've been getting in VC Sunday nights. I'm going to join them for season 2. Watching the show Severance. I don't know if you guys have seen this show Severance. We've been watching it together. Okay? And so what the guy playing this one character kept doing is he kept bringing up the show Severance. So Group B would be like, hey, we really want that thing. And this guy would be like, have you seen the show Severance? It's just so stupid. Oh, anyway, if you want to see a really funny bit, just go watch that from yesterday. Yeah, it's all vibes, man. So good. It was so good. I don't know. Another one of those scenes where I'm like, that's legendary. That's just legendary, and I really hope someone clips it from, like, all POVs. I want an all POV clip of it. Clippers, please, please. It reminds me of, like... You remember when I had done a game show and I had Vishoja members come on the game show, but I had them all acting like they were someone else, and I didn't tell chat. I was just like, we're gonna do a game show, and everyone showed up for a normal game show, and then we had contestants like Ghostface Baby and Goku and the real Zentreya. It was like that, but we did that in RP with like a dinner. It was the same thing. Yeah, Mata was chat. Yeah. Oh man, I love shit like that. I love shit like that. Alexa, turn on triple. It's my favorite bit. Just everyone is someone else. All of Garrick's clips are him laughing so hard he's gonna shit. I saw screenshots of his face when he was laughing during yesterday's stream. And he really, like, he was taking the headphones off and running away and, like, looking like he's gonna poop his pants because he was laughing so hard. It was so stupid. When the Minecraft server comes back, I hope we can be graced with a dinner. Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, I need to make a house and then invite everyone over for dinner. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. We gotta do it. Oh, it'd be so good. It's a really good show. Have you seen Severance? Oh man, my dream is to invite them. Have them there. Oh god. Dinner party RP is in. I think dinner party RP is like all the rage right now. Maybe I should put a dinner table like behind me in this room. Maybe I should do it. Who did the most cooked Tenya impression? Most cooked Tenya impression? Honestly, Hime. Hime showing up. And being Henya would be beyond cooked. But I don't know if I would want Bishojo members like swapping roles or if I'd want other people to come in and pretend to be them. It's a good question. I'll think on it. I'll think much on this. Brickiest Mata. Yeah, Heavenly for Henya, Brickiest Mata. Oh my god. Oh. It'd be so good. Have Joel be me. But then I can't be there. I want to be me. We'll see. Connor as Mouse. That's cooked. That's completely cooked. Nags as Haruka. Oh my god. That is that. Ooh. Sorry. My mic is Mel. I think Mike and Smell would go insane. I was talking to Nags. Nags messaged me a while ago and was like, "We need to do more shit." And I was like, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah." This is me messaging you back to say, let's do shit. There we go. We gotta do more shit. I think, I think maybe... I'll cook on this. I think maybe I need to make a like, New Yorkers only club. And I don't allow anyone else in, and then we just play games together. We play rage games. Rage games, but it's like only New Yorkers. I think that's what we have to do. That is it. We get May involved for extra points. She's from Boston. I mean, she's Northeastern. I think we have to. Did you just say A? I'm playing here. Pico Park. Me, Nags, Vinny, and Mike. Oh, it'd be so bad. It'd be so bad. I mean, I gotta say, one of the best yet worst, I mean, worst in a good way, worst asterisk collabs ever was when Ian just invited Vinny and Mike to play Infinite Craft. And we played Infinite Craft Bingo. So I had a bingo card of things we were trying to make in Infinite Craft, and one of them was poop. And half the collab, I was trying to make Poop Deli. Half that fucking collab is me in the background of their POVs going, how do you make poop? Just going, I can't find poop. Oh, it was so fun. It was so fucking fun. I love that collab. Banger. I think Vinny said that VOD was like, when he posted it, it was like a VOD that it was like one of his most watched for a while. Let me find it. I gotta find the one. Yeah, Infinite Craft Bingo. Oh, it was so good. Or it wasn't most watched, it was like most engaged with. It was one of those ones. There is. It's one of those ones where just there was so many comments. There were so many comments. That entire VOD is 66,000 views on it. Oh my god. 227 comments. And then top comment, I can't believe 55 minutes of this video is just Vinny wordlessly moving Magneto Frank around the screen. Second nice comment, love hearing GEEGA in the background saying great out of context sentences like, how do I make poop? And creating phrases like sticky Santa. Another moment, Vinny and Mike are arguing about New York City boroughs and GEEGA chimes in with, I got ass. There were so many. This collab has got to be one of my favorites this day, man. Someone timestamp this part. This part of Mike just crashing out of chat. Ready? A teapot is not a kitchen appliance. Put that in the crack pipe. I gotta just sit there and watch this VOD, man. Oh, it was so good. It was... Put down the crack pipe. Oh, I miss Mike. It's not like he's dead or anything. He's like right there, but I miss Mike, man. Oh, you gotta do more of that. If you guys ever see anything and you're like, you guys gotta do this, please let me know. Please, please, please let me know. We need it. We absolutely need it. I need shit like this to do. Speaking of shit like this, stuff that's like, what's the word? Advanced just chatting? It's like an activity you do. It's not a game. It's an activity. Stuff like that. Speaking of this sort of thing. GeoGuessr, which I guess is a game. GeoGuessr. I might be invited to some, like, Twitch Rivals GeoGuessr event. I am not a trained individual in GeoGuessr. I don't think I would be horrible at it. I'm not that good at it. But I think I could do it. I gotta see if am I allowed to Google shit on the side? Like, can I look up an area code? If I see one on a sign, can I look it up on the side? Stuff like that. Or does it have to be, like, brain knowledge only? I don't know. But I wanna know what the rules are, and I'm gonna try it, man. I'm gonna try it. We need an episode 2 of Cypress cooking drugs in schedule 1. Oh, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Think it's frowned upon? Yeah, I think. That's why I'm asking. I'm like, I don't know. I still do okay. Whenever we were playing City Guesser, I was doing great. We're gonna get episode 2 of that schedule 1 playthrough. That's gonna happen. I was talking to... We couldn't do it immediately because Mason was so... I think he was like on a trip. He was busy. But I think It's gonna be good. Put Mason on the mixing table so you can hear him yelling about chilies, OG Kush, oh, we need horse semen. When he starts like saying stuff like that on the mic, like off to the side. I think the people that have played that game know that these are just ingredients for mixing shit, but the stuff he was saying on the side was so fucking funny. Yapple randomly assaulting Harry. Yeah, we had Nova on the side just like giggling. Ugh. Yeah, he said the horse semen donut combo is gonna change everything. He said. Do we even have clips of him? Does anyone have clips of him just saying shit on the side? I need it. Some of the stuff he was saying, he was like, this is gonna do it all. This is gonna do it all. I need it. I need it. Oh my god, yeah, that was the legendary line is, I don't know how Mason's brain comes up with this, where like he's mixing weed in Schedule 1 with other things, and he's making like cooler, higher quality weed, whatever. He says, "Welcome to the Wiener Factory. You've all got golden tickets." Like, he just says that at some point in the stream. I don't even know what the fuck he was talking about. I was like, Mason, what are you saying? And the thing is, you can't see his POV, like, from me, you know, I'm playing the game. I was like, what are you saying, man? Yeah, a line makes you think about life. Really makes you think, man. Really makes you think. He has that SoundCloud rapper flow. He was on some fucking shit, dude. He was on some shit. I think he was perfect for that game. We gotta bring him back. We gotta bring him back. We'll do that. We'll do that for sure. We were talking about it in our chat the other day. I also wanted to run back Repo with the Demon 6. I really, really want to do that. I had, let me see. The Demon 6. I wish I could spell demon when I typed. There we go. Yeah, it was me, Warlock, Nova, Mason, Barky, and TJ. Dude, I'm telling you, this is the dream team. This is the dream team. I gotta get them for variety again. Is it the funny group or the tryhard group? That was the funny group. They were not good at the game. We're actually doing okay, but they did not know much about the game. A lot of them aren't really like variety streamers so much. They just do a little bit of it, so they're not like well versed in Repo. And I think that's so much funnier. So much funnier when people just don't know what's going on. They're just like, there's a floating head. I don't know, man. There's a floating head. They're freaking out. It's always funny. All right, all right. Guys, we gotta go over these damn offerings. We gotta do it. It's the main activity of the day. I don't think it'll take too long. We got like 15 or so of them. Something close to that number. I thought that was a Sunday thing. I just do it whenever now. I just do it on a stream close to the actual like date, end of the month. I think if they're mid-month, they're more likely to happen on Sundays, yeah, but I wanted to do today, so I could get it, you know, out of the way. Yesterday I had a collab, so I knew I wasn't really going to be able to do it yesterday. But today, because it is the first of the month, so I want to close out the points for last month today. So let's go... we can probably just use this scene. Right? I think we could. Boom. Boom. The April 2025 offerings. The last one's for April. I'm going to round them up today. If anyone doesn't know what this is, if anyone has no clue, very simple. Ultra simple. There's a chat in the Discord called offerings. You offer me something there. You leave something for me. You can look through the description of the chat if you're like, what do I leave? What can I leave? What can I not put in here? Read the rules. I go through occasionally. and I check them out, and I decide if I like them, if I don't like them, if I want to give points to that individual for them, if I want to take away points. Okay? Now, the points go, there are the points. The points go into your factions total, right? There are 3 factions, you align with one. It goes into that total for your faction, but they also go personally to you. So the people who individually have the most points at the end of the month get sub benefits. They get potentially, for the high earners, they get tier 3 sub benefits in the server, even if they are not a tier 3 sub. Okay, so if you're very active and you do shit, you do your dailies, yeah, you do your daily redeems, and then you also give offerings and things, you have a chance of being one of the winners. I will say dailies do give a good chunk of points, so if you're watching often and you are clicking that button, you're probably gonna do pretty well. Yeah, we have some games you can play in the Discord. We have Mobagachi, which is totally not Tamagotchi, using a bunch of our custom-made stuff. If you go and you play it in the Discord, you can also earn points through it. Okay? So there are multiple ways you can get points. One of them is offerings. This is what we're going to look over today. What did you say? Have you seen the Cinder Twitter situation? Yes, we already talked about it. But I didn't want to talk about the personal shit or the dramatic parts of it. I just wanted to talk about the meta discussion of it. And there's even a whole clip of it on my Clips channel. Oh man, you should check out my YouTube. Oh man, you know, if you want to know what I had to say, you can go to the 4th link there. It says youtube.com/@dailygeega. Wow, you can go there and check out content that I have relating to it. We love the YouTube. Woo! Woo! Yay! Yay! If you want to comment on it or look at it, it's there. It's there. Side note, VODs are all up to date, and those are getting pushed out regularly. We have more stuff going up on the main channel and highlights. My goal for, like, summer onward is to try and get more main channel videos going. Really focus on getting VODs cleaned up, getting Clip channel doing some stuff, getting some highlights going, but, I'm gonna shift back to that a little more. And I'm gonna film a Giga Chat with Matara soon. I wanted to get her for it, so we're gonna film one. We're gonna film one with Mata. It's gonna be nice. Hate how the YouTube algo basically forces you to have multiple channels, or the algo shits on you. Yeah, I wish it was just one channel with different series, classifications, something. I could just make them like that and people could follow the whole channel, or they could follow like the series, subscribe to the series. I don't know. I wish it could just be on one. I agree. But it ain't. So, shit, you know, but do subscribe to all of them. It actually really does help me out a lot. It helps me out so much. So, I would appreciate it. Nova Giga Chat was peak. I love how it came out. Yeah. Prayers and thoughts and all that to the editors for their minds trying to edit a multilingual video. that was really a lot for them. But yeah, it came out good. Anyway, let's do the offerings. Number 1. Yes, my Dawn. This is me, Dawn Geegs, giving Boris a gun. Go do a crime. Actual size of Boris. It's true. He's a little guy. I love this so much. I love this so much. We love Boris. I'm gonna say this should be my slammer. Boris, my slammer. How about 100 points? 100 points to Fish and the Undead faction. Thank you. I love it. He's not even phased. Yeah, no, he's Phase Clan now. Look at him. Phase Boris. Next. My titles in March. I was trying to go on a Millennial Despair arc. Did you like it? Did you like it? Did you like the Doomer arc? How did you feel about the titles? Did you enjoy it? I have a mighty need for this to be a model. I don't like goth shit. Sorry, not for me. I like it as a meme. I don't actually like it though. Sorry. Sorry. I like it on other people. Hit pretty close to home, not gonna lie. How about this? Since Mata's leaving soon, her official end date with VShojo is the 5th. Starting tomorrow and beyond, we will go back to Millennial Doomer titles. How about that? I like that. We'll get back on our shit. Yeah, one more for the road. Exactly. Exactly. I like this. The meme is good. I'm gonna say... Let's do 100 for this one as well. 100 points. Thank you, Fish. Thank you. Let's go, or not. Yeah. So Monday is her last day? Yeah, she announced it, right? They said the 5th would be her last day. I'm pretty sure it's the 5th. Yeah. Yup, yeah, existential dread. Existential titles. We'll get back on it. Ooh, I saw this one on Twitter. I retweeted this. I loved this one. Please draw more of me and my friends. Even if it's just a doodle. If you're like, I don't have the time to finish a piece, please draw me and my friends together. I love it. It's me and Zen. Ooh. Ooh. I laughed so hard when Zen showed me this model. We have a chat in the VShojo server that's just like upcoming models, upcoming design stuff, where we just kind of like leave photos of what we're working on if we want to for each other. So I had my design done and I dropped the model draft in there, and I was like, check it out, this is gonna be my next outfit. And then like a week later, no, like a day later, Zen goes, yo, check it out, and drops a picture of her model. I was like, what the fuck? It was really funny. And then sometime later, Amma joins, and she's like, yo, guys, I'm joining with this outfit. She also had, like, the long coat. we were like, Amma, no! But personally, I like it because I want to do outfits with people. So, like, even if unplanned, it worked out. But, like, I really want to do, like, outfits with friends, you know? Like being a little matchy. I want that so badly, you know? So I was like, you know what? I'm glad. The theming of it's totally different. It's just silhouette that's similar, but the theming of like what it was supposed to be are different things, but it worked out. It worked out. Unintended VShojo theme. I mean, you guys, do you care? Like, me having outfit versus me having outfit, and then 2 other friends also having outfit, right? Like, do you care? Like, do you want that more? Or does it not really change your mind much? Nope. That's pretty cool. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. It's fun. Nope. Yeah. Could not care less, but it's cute. Okay. Yeah. That's kind of what I figured. Like, it's not like a big deal to anyone, but they like it. Kind of thing. I like that. Okay. Noted. Yeah, I was thinking of doing more outfits with people where like we debut something but more planned so we can actually like do them around the same time. I think it'd be nice. Think of the merch. You know, think of the merch. Anyway, I love this piece. It came out so good. Let's do, how about let's do 160 for this one for easy. 160 points. I love it. I said y'all could do idol matching outfits or matching fits or never look alike. Up to y'all. Yeah. Yeah. I like it. I like theming. All right, beautiful. Next. Ooh, it's moved over because of the link. Slightly self-indulgent, but I have done an illustration for 1,000 days. Here's the 1,000 featuring Giga Zen, Boris, and the geckos. It's true. So he was doing a challenge of an illustration a day, which was crazy. I've gotten so much art from him. So much art of me because he's done a lot of drawings and you know, of me specifically. Very appreciative. And yeah, for the 1,000 drew me and Zen. Drew me and Zen. This was beautiful. I'm pretty sure I retweeted this. And if you want to see it, anything where we have a link, guys, you can go into the Discord. All of these are messages in the Discord. I know I have them on slides here, but you can go scroll up and find them. They're all there. So if anyone's like, oh yeah, I dropped the files for this thing here, blah, 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 they're all there if you want to full screen it, whatever. So do go to the tweet and make sure you like it and support. Thank you. Anyway, peace is beautiful. I'm going to say, keep this out of the way. I'm going to say, let's do 180. So much dedication to 2,000. One per day for 1,000 days. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Thank you, man. Thank you. Next. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Let me hide it for a sec while I open it. Doug says, well, I'll read it first. As a way of showing my appreciation to this wonderful server, our Discord, I wanted to offer a story about GEEGA and the Mob Army. I've also attached an audio version I recorded myself for anyone who prefers to listen so they can multitask. Can't promise the writing or the audio recording will be amazing, especially the audio recording, but I tried my best. Thank you. Okay, hold on. Let me hide it while I open it. How long is this? Too damn long for me to read on stream. But not really a long read. Not really a long read. I will say, I'm going to read this after stream. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read this after stream. And what's going to happen is I'm going to decide if this is actually too damn long or not, and if I like it or not. But I gotta say, when you write something and it's got me in it, if you write anything that feels weird, like something happens and I'm like, uh-oh, zoinks, you know, or any other kind of weird, there's a good chance you're gonna lose points. If your headcanon version of me says a bunch of shit that I would never say, so you're gonna get judged on accuracy as well, all right? Not just quality of writing, but accuracy and getting character correct. Yeah, I do not say zoinks, for the record. So, Doug, I'll be seeing this later. Next. Feel reborn with Giga and Mike's custom flavor. Crap ties. Moisturizing body soap. I see. I see. Hey, I got something for you. If this looks interesting to you, don't forget that you can go to usecheeky.com. You can go to usecheeky.com and you too can buy all of the flavors of soap. And using my code GEEGA, you can get 10% off. I would like to remind that I genuinely love this soap brand. Used it for a month before accepting a sponsorship just to see if I liked it. Thought, oh, it's going to be some fucking soap. Whatever, I'll use it, I guess. Used it, a month in, went, holy fuck, I really love this soap. And don't forget, I love skincare. I love this soap, okay? Genuinely. And I'm a converted individual. So if you would like to attempt to convert yourself to cheek soap as well, do it. Do it. Try it. You're absolutely right. You don't need as much of it as other soaps. Lol. Yeah, you buy one bar and it lasts you a really fucking long time. I'm concerned. I hope they're able to keep their business in business because they're not they're not reselling soap the next day, you know? Like that shit lasts. We'll see, man. We'll see. Anyway, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. I love this. Wonderful. And I don't know if you saw, we actually did a giveaway. I wanted to talk about it. Let me find it. We did a giveaway of some giant bricks of soap. I think this is maybe the best time for it. Maybe the best time. Let me find. We did pick some winners. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna open the cheeky soap server. Get my cheeky soap server. Where are you? Where's my fucking soap server? I moved all my servers around and I moved all my folders around. And now I have to find everything again. Now I have to find it all again. Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, okay. Okay. Here they are. Here they are. Ooh, ooh. Here are the winners, okay? All right. We have. Hold on, let me grab it. Eh. 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 The winners are Plants and Sores, Romantic Nico, Soap Guzzler 198446, MP Calamity, and Sizo the Fifth. Yes, Soap Guzzler is crazy. Anyway, if this is any of you, if you hadn't already seen yourself get tagged in this or anything like that, make sure you do DM them. You get the life-sized soap brick. The one that, you know, we have Charlie for scale here. Charlie for scale. You get the giant soap brick. Okay? It's huge. It's like... it's the molds that they use where they make the brick and then they cut bars out of it. It's just a giant brick of it. Insane. So if you want to claim your thing, if you're one of the winners... I'm going to do this while I resize this. Make sure you do the thing. All right, let me reopen this and let's do a little, and then a little. Ta-da! 100% of mic chatter. It has to be, right? It has to be. It's gotta be. Anyway, thank you for anyone who entered. I appreciate it. The soap team appreciates it. The Cheeky team really does. Really, really, really does. Okay. Let me move this around. There we go. Ooh, yeah. Thank you for subbing for 6 months. Jesus. Didn't Cheeky untag themselves from this art? They might have. They might have. I don't know. They did not dislike it, though. I gotta say, the team was very aware. They were very aware of this in the server, and they thought it was so fucking funny. We are working on something really good. I gotta tell you, we are working on something really, really, really good. Okay. So we're getting there. We're getting there. They also made us some funny... So remember, like, Mike kept eating the soap, and they were like, what if we made, like, one that looked like a chocolate bar? So they actually, just for us, for me and Mike, they're sending us each a giant bar of, like, chocolate soap. Just for us, man. It's funny. Brown soap, dude. I hope it smells good, man. I hope it smells good. Anyway, feel reborn with Giga Mike's custom flavor. Crap ties. I love this art. It was so funny. It was so funny. This one, 100 points. We're doing 100 for this. Beautiful, beautiful, unmatched. Next. Kazan, the first berserker. Now we have the first Borzerker. Look at Boris. Look at him. Look at him. He looks so good. I didn't like finish that game. I want to go back and finish it. I don't know if I'm going to stream it, but I'll probably just play it on my own. It was really good. Like I really genuinely enjoyed the combat a lot. I don't know if it will top Lies of P for me, but I really like that game. Hi, Peter. Thanks for the 18 months. I really liked Kazan. The voice acting was good. I like anything in the DNF universe, so, you know, of course I was going to play it. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did. It really felt good to play, so I'll probably go back to it. But the first Borzerker, this shit is so funny. I'm going to say... I'm going to say... How about... Let's do 90 points on him. This is Boris. 90 points for the first Borzerker. Hi, Geeks. Arch-tempered right now when... Oh, we should do that soon. We should do that soon. Yeah, I need to hop on Wilds. DM me. Ray, I made a little game for 48-hour game jam. Where you, as Boris, run an adventurers guild and send out heroic parties into the depths of a dungeon that is defended by the mobs. Conflict of interest? Watch that. More of an idle type game. Select upgrades, which party send out, see the result. Okay. Okay. Let's see it. Ooh, I see. You send them out and then they just auto do it. Okay. Oh, I like this. Okay, so you have like a party with their stats and things, and you drag it to send them out. You pick from these upgrades to do this. I actually really appreciate the art style. I really appreciate it. And then your party goes through in auto battles. Oh, that's so cute, man. I like it. I like it. Ray, this is crazy. And it is playable. Here, the link is here, so if you want to go grab it, you can either just write it down as is, or you can go to the Discord and click on it. They're all in the offerings chat. That's insane. Yeah, you did this in 48 hours. I think the art part would be really annoying to do within that time frame, but that's nuts. You fight the mods as the floor bosses too. I have to go through and play it. I have to. Oh my god. Rescue the waifus and they become hub NPCs. Yes! Yes! Okay, we gotta play through it at some point. I love that, man. I love that. Okay, that's huge. I'm giving you 200 points. 200 points for that. You created assets for this. You themed it entirely after the community. Insane. Insane. Huge. Thank you. Giant 200. Thank you, Ray. And please, guys, go play it. Please try it. Please test it. Next. My favorite game, Pooh Prince. Wow. Wow, I love it. Love Pooh Prince. Banger game, banger game. Me with the 3 lavatories. I did retweet this. I gotta say, as much as I love the art, my favorite part of this are the little mascot heads reduced down to their simplest shapes. The fucking triangular goblin. The triangular goblin gets me every time. I like that. But especially, yeah, the biggest detail here, the toilet paper roll with the perforations being the draft paper. I mean, it's a masterpiece. This is a masterpiece. Okay? It does not get better. It does not get better. I'm gonna give you 120 for this. 120 points. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you. Next. Llama. Still need to cook on what I'm doing for Boris, but this will do for now. Ooh. I think I saw this on Twitter. I think this is posted on there. This came out really good. The style is so nice. The style is really like insane. And I just want to say, this must have taken you so long to draw the patterns on here and have them fold with the fabric. Now, if you didn't draw it and you used a tool, okay. But the detailing on this, the amount of effort it takes, a week? Yeah, I figured. It looks like you drew this. The amount of time it takes to get this all looking like it's properly on the fabric is... bless your heart. You know, that's all I could say. Crazy. Crazy. This is so good. I'm gonna say 150 for this. 150 points. Absolutely nuts. Seriously, the fabric looks so good. The fabric was crazy. I know everything is good, but like, Jesus. On the Obi too, it looks so properly three-dimensional. Nuts. Nuts. Next. Battle Bard Geek. I gotta say, I love this. Love the detail of Boris with the little tambourine. Him with the wig and the tambourine goes crazy. And the shoes. Outfit's good, but got the axe and everything's great, but the shoes with like the teeth pattern on them, really good. Really good. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, beautiful. I'm gonna say 120 for this one. 120, thank you. Insanely good. Next. Capture says, I have this demon in my head. She won't stop talking. me just sitting on the chairs going, well, this is what I think about that. Ask me anything and I'll just talk about it for 3 hours. Wonderful. It's me. It's me for real. It's me for real. I love it. I like the style. I like the style. You really love style? Yeah, I like that the shading is just more lines. The shading's just... let me just add more lines. It came out well. It looks cool. I don't know what the symbol's about, but I like it. Added it for flavor. It feels like a phone background. I think the sizing of this looks very phone backgroundy. So it reminds me of a book illustration. Oh yeah. Like an old book illustration. Yeah. I was actually looking back at a lot of illustrations from older books, and I was looking at The Hunchback of Notre Dame, the OG book, was published with a bunch of illustrations of certain scenes, and those illustrations are so gorgeous. They're so good. Highly recommend if you just want to look at some nice old art. A lot of older books came with full illustrations, and Hunchback of Notre Dame, the OG, really good. Really good. I like this a lot. We're doing 100. 100 points. Thank you. Thank you. This background color too. This is the background color I always have on VTube Studio. VTube Studio for myself. I always do this color. And this is like my my official color when I joined like VShojo, and they're like, hey, everyone has like a color. We need a hex code. I was like, yeah, it's this one. It's this one. We're going with red. And they were like, but your outfit's blue. And I was like, my color is red. Because this is my favorite color. Like, this is the sort of slightly darker red. It is. Next. Finally, a fellow intellectual. Is this the life-size Boris plush? The one that we had at WeaveCon? You see a little tag sticking off his foot. Oh, man. I love it. You see the little seams? You can see the like fabric is wrinkled in certain spots. That's cute, man. It's cute. I like it. I love it. It's perfect. It's perfect. 90. 90 points. I love Boris illustrations. Draw more Boris. Draw more of the faction mascots. I love them. I really want to do the plushie, man. I want to do the plushie. The current situation of things making like shipping costs crazy might have to put that on hold, but I really want to if I can. I don't know if we'll do the giant one always. That might be just a limited thing, but I want to get a few at least. Next, rip it. This is a deep cut. This is a deep cut. If you know, you know. Every time I play in Block Wars, every time I join my favorite Minecraft event, Block Wars, I go to, there's a cookie on the wall in the spawn in one spot. And if you click on it, you rotate it. And I always bring people to the cookie and I'm like, yo, check this out. This shit rips. And I start spinning the cookie. I always say, check this out. This shit rips, dude. I like to bring new players to the cookie. I love the cookie, man. I don't know. I gotta say, cookie or not, I actually really love this art too. The perspective on it, the expression, I love this art. This came out so fucking good. Bravo, bravo. Let's give this, let's do 90. 90 for this one. 90 points. Thank you, Lewin. It came out so fucking good. So fucking good. I want to see more doodles and stuff, honestly. Like, I do like getting full art pieces and things, but if you would be able to, like, send in more offerings, if you just kind of, like, threw in imperfect drawings, go for it. Some people say, they're like, oh, yeah, I want to submit something, but I'm really working on this thing. It took me 2 months. That's cool. It's okay to just send in, like, a doodle. Something grayscale, and it's all good. All right? It's all good. Oh, your breakfast spread isn't complete without Geegos. I hate the Boris milk. The design of it is so good, but I hate the term Boris milk. 4 zesty shapes. Oh my god. I love free Boris. Oh, they look so good. They look so good. What prompted this? Is Fish in the chat still? What made you think about this? What made you want to do this? Was it that we kept saying stuff about cereal when we played a repo and we wrapped the upgrades? Because that's the only time I could think of us referencing cereal. Or was this purely your brain just was like, you need to draw this? That's what I'm curious about. Free him? You have to free Boris. He's stuck. He's stuck. Boris milk? That's what I was saying. Huh? Sounds like goats megalos. Ooh. Honey nut goats megalos. New art prompt. That's it. Well, it's perfect. It's perfect. 110 points. 110 points for the good art and the banger meme. I don't know if you posted this on Twitter already. If you didn't, I'm yoinking it and posting it. If you did, I gotta go find it. It's perfect. Next. First ever art I made of the general finally finished to say. It's me just covered in cats. This is so real. This is so real. When I'm streaming, literally 50% of the time, I got a cat like this on my arm. Unironically, I sit there, left hand WASD, cat butt on lap, upper body of cat literally like this, draped over that arm. This is why I got him that little half moon shaped pillow to shove under his head, because he puts his head over my arm and then puts it on the armrest, but it's like not soft. So I got him a pillow so he can be comfy when he does this. Wolfie just hangs out. Wolfie actually likes to hang out in his own space. He doesn't like to hang out in a room when someone else is there, unless he's looking to hang out. So this morning I was sitting with him on the couch. I actually wanted to stream earlier, but I sat on the couch for a little bit and he had a moment. And he came up and he was like, I really want to sleep on you right now. And he laid on me on the couch and I was like, I can't move. I can't move. Nucky, I could pick him up and toss him. It's fine, because I know he'll come back 10 minutes later. He'll be on my lap all the time. Wolfie, he's got to be like in the mood for it. So, you know, I was like, fuck it. I'm staying on the couch. And I hung out with him. He just likes to hang out. Nucky like really wants attention. Wolfie's like, I just want to hang out. And he just sits next to me and doesn't do anything. He just stares at the wall. And you know what? That's great. This green one right here, like, this is Wolfie's energy. He's just kind of like, he's like a little dumb and looks at the wall and does nothing. And he just wants to sit near you sometimes. And then when he's sleepy, he's like, I'm gonna go sleep in my room. And I have a little like room that's like the size of a closet, and I call it Wolfie's room. I put a cat bed in there. I put a couple things in there. Like I have like I use it as a closet and I store sheets in it. So I've got a chest of drawers with sheets in it. He sits on top of that, on top of a cat bed that's on that chest of drawers, and he sleeps, and that is just his room now. That's it. So usually when I'm streaming, he's in his room. He's in his room napping. And then when I'm not streaming, he's awake the whole time, meow, 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 bothering me. And I love it. Anyway, I love this. I love this. 100 points. 100. I feel like everyone's drawing really good stuff, and I'm giving a lot of points today. Like, there hasn't been anything that's pissed me off. It's been a good offering so far. Small animation work in progress I'm going to take a break from, but here it is so far. Ooh. Oh, look at them. Look at them. Oh my god. Ooh. I like the way he's shambling. No, his arm. Okay. Let's see monsters. Ooh, he looks pissed. Wait, this is so good. How much time did this take? Clicks gauntlet. Okay. Oh my god. Liz, this came out so fucking cool. She says it's not done yet, though. She says it's not done yet. A month and a half. Jesus. Next time Liz is in the VC, go in there and bother her. Liz, I saw your animation! Next time she's in the VC, which is like all the time, just click on it. Liz, I saw your animation, it was cool! She's been streaming it during workshop nights, I know. I always check what people are doing in there. I always hover to look. She's in there right now. Oh, funny you say that. She's in there at this moment. Noted. Noted. Hey, it's beautiful so far. It's a whip, so I'll give some points, and then I'll go back and give full points whenever you want to finish or post the finished thing. For now, we'll still give 60 points. Okay, up front 60. Up front 60 for just this beginning version, and then we'll give more later when it's finished. Beautiful. Oh, and that was the last one. That was the line. That was the line. Wonderful. Beautiful, perfect, gorgeous, amazing, unmatched, something, something. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody. Again, if you saw anything that you want to go check out again, you want to look back at, just go to the Discord. At the top is all like the important shit. The 5th one down is offerings. The 5th chat down. So if you want to go in there and you wanted to go see, a lot of people link their tweets where they posted these things. If you want to go support them, do that. And don't forget that if you go to these, everyone goes through and takes the ones that they like, and they react with a Giga Salute emote. on Discord to that message. If you react with a Giga salute on an offering, that is an extra point that that person will get for this offering. So it's not just me handing out points, okay? It's also you guys voting for them. So if you see something you like in the offerings chat, you can essentially give it a little upvote, and they will get more points for it. Okay, so don't forget. So you go salute in that chat anytime you like any of them, and yeah, you'll gift people more points essentially. Again, if you, we'll inform you tonight if you're one of the people who got the most points for this month, because tonight I'm gonna do the points reset for next month. We're gonna start May officially tomorrow. Okay, so if you haven't done your dailies, do them now, and we'll lock in for April. I gotta say it's really close between creatures and undead right now. Monsters, you guys will be getting a buff. Don't forget, if your faction loses, you always get a little bit of a buff and it stacks. So there will be a comeback. There will be an upswing. There will be an upswing. I do have a recording I gotta go to in 15 minutes, so I'd like to close out with just one thing. I figure we can do something. Someone shared in the channel, because I asked, yo, does anyone have any of those clips where Clark was saying where Mason was saying cooked shit while we were playing Schedule 1? And they found it. They found it. They found a clip. So I really wanted to, I wanted to share, you know, especially because we are going to play more of this. We're going to play more of this. Dude. Why is my clip page broken? Why is my clip page always like this? Okay, instead, I will simply full screen it. Here. Hold on. Are you ready? This is a good one, okay? This is a banger clip. I'll move out of the way for myself. It's a personal favorite of mine.
Some of the money I had on the shelves.
Cheers. Yeah, I'll put it back in the laundry.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so 580. 580? Bro, you got the semen? Oh, I can't restart now, though, dude. No. Oh, no. I got it by 20. No, he's so right. He's so right. Oh, dude, the horse semen's in next. It's going to change everything. Oh, it's going to change everything. It's about to be a $3,000 per bag.
Okay. I can't, dude. Mason just going, oh, it's gonna change everything. he was so happy. He loves that mixing table, man. He loves it. We'll schedule more of that soon. We'll schedule more of Schedule 1 soon. We did want to do a day 2. We just did one collab of it. Yeah, Oshi did. I don't know. Oshi, do you have a link to it? I don't know if he's here. You have a link to it? He has a beautiful remix that Mason plays like all the time on stream. Of just stupid shit that he said on stream. Oh, man. Anyway, I have to go to a recording. I want to give myself like a 10-minute buffer before I do that. So I am going to do that. I'm going to do that. Good stream today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just wanted to do a chatting one because we haven't done one that's only chatting in a while. And because I'm going to be like hard gaming, we're going to be doing more just blueprints and Oblivion and all of that. So I have just been, you know, hard focused in on it. So I figured let's do one long chatting stream, and then other streams. I think I'm really just going to chat for like hour and a half and just boom, straight to game. Boom, straight to game. Boom, straight to game. Because I want to do it. I want to do it. All right, so let's go and raid somebody, and then I'll play this lovely song as an outro. I'll play the Mason song as an outro. Who we got? Who we got? How about... Ooh. Wait, I wanted to see this game. Barb is so loud. Barb is playing a game that I really wanted to see. So let's raid Barb. I think it's called Wizardom. It's Wizard plus Doom. Wizardom. That's a stream title. There you go. Okay, I will see you soon. I have a collab tomorrow. I'll be on alt tomorrow. We'll be doing the usual Friday GTA, but I have a collab at 6 Eastern. We'll be doing stuff with Mata. I think it's just me, Mata, Amelie, just talking. I think we're just doing a chatting collab, I believe. I gotta check in with them. I'm pretty sure that's what we're doing. So that will be tomorrow. That'll be tomorrow. So should be back streaming that on alt. Might raid one of them. Maybe I won't stream that because you'll just hear me on their POVs. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Whatever. But we're gonna talk and hang out. That is all. I'm gonna play an intro song now, okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. It's time for the masterpiece.
How much semen? How much chilies? How much semen?
Let me see you party in the chat. Get the vibes up.
I'm going to the Wiener Factory. You all have golden tickets. How much semen? How much chilies? How much semen? Oh, dude, the horse semen is going to change everything. High value. Horse semen is going to.
Oh my god, you have so much.
See you next time.
Nice. Semen?
Raid already popped. If you're still here, get out. Go to Barb's stream. Goodbye.